And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do. So sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people, the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Benny, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Testimony, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I be the parallel to the fiction. You fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange. The whole concept, yo, is good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics, just atomic. Bees like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the Bugatti type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable dictions. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. To follow him, the one who protects ya. And the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya. And in this way, I deliver my lecture.
Some of us are foreign born.
Check 1 2 1 2. Yes, it is Friday the 23rd. Happy Friday, everybody. January is the month, and it's 09:34 Central European Time. That would make it 3:34 Eastern Standard Time, USA. And I guess that would be about what? Something like 0. That's 1 o'clock. Yeah, 01:34 Arizona time. Is that about right? Yeah, Bit said she is having a little time, a spell for the moment, so we're gonna catch her later. But what's up, Edward, and what's up, everybody else listening out there? We didn't get a chance to really drag Trump yesterday, or really look deeply into the Jack Smith case, but we're gonna take care of that right now. Oh, it's 1834. Oh, wait a second. 1834 AEDST. Wait a second. Is that? Let me look that up real quick. 2 seconds, y'all. Thank you for that. AEDST. Let me see here. 16. That's 18. That's got. What is that? China? Where is that, man? Australian. Yeah, there we go. Is it that late already? Is it that late? So it's not even the afternoon you're talking about. It's the damn, is that right? Okay, I thought it was lunchtime, man. That's like evening, basically. It's evening. Yeah, I guess it makes sense, right? I guess it makes sense. All right, well, let's get this puppy off to the let's get this show on the road. Then so people have heard what's up. People have heard that Trump got, basically embarrassed and laughed off the stage. Now, true to the internet world, you still see people out there. It's 3:35 in Florida. Okay. Yeah, exactly. That's Eastern Standard Time. I got you, Janice. Yeah. And there's people instantly. You're going to find people out there that for one reason or another, they seem to, and I have to assume most of it is trolls. It's either trolls or stupidity, but there seems to be dementia going through the MAGA movement right now. Well, anyone that is left supporting Trump, it just really seems to be like dementia to me. And not to make fun of dementia, because people really have it, but it's almost like they just can't accept any type of loss by Trump. Any type of, obvious embarrassment, open embarrassment of Trump, they have to see it as something else. I mean, how could you see this as a victory? Trump went out in the week launching tariffs, came back, taking the tariffs back, went out saying he was going to steal Greenland by force if necessary. All options are on the table. He told them this shit for months, right? Then when the Danes said, okay, well, we're going to have a shoot first policy about that, and as we always do, you're not special. We always have a shoot first policy when people try to take over. and then he comes back like, no, well, we're not going to take Greenland by force. That won't be happening, and they still like, no, you don't understand, man. It's because, see, behind the doors they had a little secret deal, and they still listen, y'all. The only deal Trump is getting out of this is the same damn deal he already had, because the U.S. had the best deal anyone could get. Period. What do you? How do you get the best deal anyone could get and then want more? Right. So that didn't happen. But now the evidence for those that closed their eyes when Carney was speaking, and closed their ears when Carney was speaking, and closed their ears when everybody else was speaking, didn't hear the shoot first policy, didn't hear none of that. Let's review it again and then see how it goes down this time.
Practice pluralism. That's a word you haven't heard in America in a year.
This is crazy. So here we have it. Here we have Gavin, and he's talking about Carney, and we're going to hear some more. Check
where
it.
We dominate in every critical category in terms of energy and daring and entrepreneurial.
Trump is out there threatening Gavin Newsom now just because Gavin Newsom showed up. Now, keep in mind, you can only show up with an invitation. You can't just show up. Me and you, we can't go. Me and you, we can't go without an invitation. You know what I'm saying? Everybody needs an invitation. You got to have your passport thing in order. They have to check it out to have it's official on this level. You know what I'm saying? So they know who he is. California is the biggest economy in the United States of America. It drives a lot of the engine. It is a big part of the GDP engine of the United States. California alone, it has a bigger GDP than many states. And as a matter of fact, let's review that real quick before I play. Because people need to hear what's behind the man speaking on the screen, right? Let me see. Right. So let's see. Let me just double check what Cali's GDP is, and then I'll bring it up. So it says here, look, GDP 4.1 trillion, right? Global ranking. If California were a country, it would rank fourth, trailing only the US as a whole, China and Germany. You hear that? So California just by itself is like a country. The GDP is like a country itself. It would be number 4 on the global scale. So let's go ahead and hear what Newsom has to say.
And innovation. Look, give me a category. In California outperforms, 4th largest economy in the world.
And let me know, is the audio good, y'all? I appreciate that. Click the like button. If you haven't clicked the like button, let me know if the audio is good.
And so we can punch above our weight. We can come here with formal authority and a little moral authority. And I tell you, we need a little moral authority in our body politic in the United States of America today.
Governor, how do you balance?
Good morning, everybody.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I figured we would.
It's changing. The GDP changes, but then again, it's global strife. I mean, Donald Trump has been in power a year. Guess what else went up? Guess what else changed? Gold. Gold is at an all-time year high. It may be in a 5-year high. Look, gold is up to 36, something like that. Last time I checked my stock, I'm wondering if it's going to reach 40. But yeah, everything's up. The dollar's down.
Yeah. You're a tough interview, Governor.
I figured.
Check 1 2. Is it better now?
And when I think you have chosen a sort of, if you can't beat him, join him strategy to the way you're talking about this stuff. You talk, you're running around distributing knee pads to CEOs, and I think it does.
Handing them out.
And it does.
I do have a few, if you'd like. I don't know.
And honestly, it sounds. And
by the way, I'm not kidding. They're the new Trump Signature Series knee pads. Yeah, and they are available online. I told you the last one sold out.
And I just want to
This is a serious moment. It actually, we laugh. Anyway, these are available and in bulk too.
But I want to read you a couple of things the U.S. government has said about you in the last 24 hours or so.
How about the U.S. government?
The Treasury Secretary.
When you put it
the Treasury Secretary described you as Patrick Bateman meets Sparkle Beach Ken. The White House Communications Director.
That was the U.S. Secretary of Treasury.
I have a couple more, and then you can respond. The White House Communications Director called you Gavin Newscomb and an official White House account, a federal government account, described you with I'd say very online sexual slur that people here probably don't want to hear at 8:30 in the morning. And you're in some sense responding in kind, and waving the knee pads
fight
around.
Fire with fire.
Do you think? Should you? I mean, is that kind of discourse from them good for America?
No, it's deeply unbecoming. Come on, of course it is. It's not what we should be doing. But you've got to point out the absurdity. You got to put a mirror up to this.
Yeah, if you allow one person to do it, then you're allowing everyone to do it. It's like, and essentially you can't blame people that have sat back and tried to play this game respectfully, fairly, according to the law, when you have a leader of the most powerful country on earth that doesn't have respect for the law, for playing fair, so it just don't work that way. Everybody is going to change when the power is different. That you have no choice. It's
madness. President, you see what he's saying about European leaders, you talking down to people, talking past people. I mean, look, the comments he made yesterday, we're not even discussing. Because
Article 25. Yeah, sorry about cutting this. I'm just looking at the chat real quick. Talia says, hold on, who said that? Somebody wrote, why is he reading it, right? Is he reading it? Yeah, I guess they take questions. They take questions before this session, actually. So they're reading some of those questions, but it's interesting that that he's reading it, though.
You're discussing all the other comments about windmills or whatever else
25th.
was happening. Well, he talked about Somalia's community. This is not normal. It's a deviation of normalcy. We've got to call it out. So I put a mirror up to Trump and Trumpism in all caps. And it was ironic because Pravda, Fox News in America, others, they got offended by it. They said, well, where's his mother to wash his mouth out with soap? I said, well, where the hell have you been? You've never said a word about Trump dressing up as the Pope, tweeting out and cosplaying on the world stage. And so the Treasury Secretary talked about a Barbie doll. It was as if he was reading a diary and had just broken up with someone. I mean, that was the Secretary of Treasury using valuable time yesterday on the world stage. Thank you for not sharing that on the official White House account.
That's
we're
weird.
Deeply in their head. I think the affordability agenda appears to be, I'm living rent-free in the Trump state.
People that accept Trump at this point, accept all this stuff from Trump, you have to ask yourself, are they for this kind of, sexual deviancy? Are they for molestation? Are they for raping? Because throw it around like that lightly and to have supporters after that, to me, it seems like, yeah. And this is regularly. People have had a chance to keep supporting Trump, no matter what the implications are. To me, it just means you either don't recognize the problem or you don't recognize the problem and you're doing it, you're into it yourself and trying to make light of it, you know?
Trump administration said.
The most talked about speech here in Davos actually isn't what wasn't Donald.
All right, Janice, I see you. Peace. I appreciate you.
Trump's address yesterday. It was the Canadian Prime Minister.
Forgettable speech.
It was Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney the day before, who talked about, I don't know, in large terms, the middle powers, everybody except for China and the U.S. really had to adapt permanently to a world without American leadership. I guess I wonder, I mean, that's in some sense a pretty anti-American point of view. That's a view that America is gone from the world stage, that whether the next president is J.D. Vance, Gavin Newsom, somebody else, this isn't a deviation, as you said. This is permanent.
Well,
do you buy that? Do you buy Carney's point of view?
I felt there was moments, and forgive me, I should be cautious making this statement. I don't want it to be overanalyzed, but when I was listening to the EU president speak, there were moments where I said, that used to be us. I remember that. So am I surprised by what Carney did? Quite the contrary. I thought it was.
And the EU president is actually a woman, right? And Carney is not, obviously, but you know, it's not just Carney saying this, you know. And the EU, they've been allies of the U.S., loyal allies of the U.S. Nobody can say that the EU has not been loyal allies. And maybe because it was in their best interest too, but also because of the history shared between the EU or Europe and America, right? And people can discuss the history, right? That's a whole lane to discuss, but it is a fact. There is history, and if you look around the globe and you see how these histories, you know, turn into ties with people, cultural ties and bonds and things like that, and you know, you will understand it. You know, it's actually sad to see the ones that are the most, you know, loyal actually turn away from the U.S. right now. And it's only about Trump. It's not about American people. Of course, you got to ask, why would a certain amount of American people even vote this way or even support Trump if they don't hate everyone else that has supported the United States of America? Because Trump is attacking everyone else that supported the United States of America and Americans. I mean, you would have to wonder what's going on in those people's heads, but at the end of the day, nobody else is responsible for the United States of America except American citizens, and you get to choose the path you take.
I had more leaders from the United States quietly, not publicly, not enough saying it publicly, the transcript of that speech saying, wow. They were, got in Trump's head yesterday. He brought it up. You know everything about Trump because it's what's not in the teleprompter that tells you everything you need to know about where Trump's head is on things. It was incredibly effective. The markets were more effective. Markets. It's not Mother Nature. Thought of most powerful force on earth with Mother Nature, but it's the markets, particularly the Trump administration. Combine that with the comments of Macron, combine that with the EU commissioner, but the clarity that came from Prime Minister of Canada. But the fact that he went to China, came back with a deal, started introducing low-cost, high-quality electric vehicles, not made in Michigan, Detroit, but overseas into Canada. It says everything you know about the recklessness of America's foreign policy. Everything you need to know. You know it intimately, but it's a remarkable thing to break down 80-plus years of alliances. It takes decades and decades to build trust in organizations, the architecture of that. It takes weeks, tweets, hours, minutes sometimes to destroy it. Destruction is not strength. The Trump administration is weakness masquerading as strength. And people need to understand that. That's reflected in the tweets. That's reflected in canceling people. That's reflected in sending masked men into the American cities. It's reflected at this moment. So I respect what Carney did because he had courage of convictions. He stood up.
He got no choice if he's going to be honest with Canadian people. If he wants the best for Canadian people, he's got no choice, you know?
And I think we need to stand up in America and call this out with clarity.
Do me a favor, click the like button, y'all. It helps more people come into the stream. Don't worry about the trolls. I see them. We're going to deal with them in a minute. I appreciate it.
We can lose our republic as we know it. Our country can become unrecognizable in a matter of months, just not years. It is code red, blinking red in the United States of America. So forgive me, I feel this with passion, some indignancy as someone, frankly, has taken it for granted all of these years. And it's why I came here to Davos to call it out. And I wish there were more of us doing the same, because there are more of us. And on that, forgive me, I want you to know Donald Trump is an historic president. That's absolutely correct. He's historically unpopular in the United States of America. In every category, he's underwater. He will be remembered in years, not decades. He's not going to run again. Time of life denies that. Not a state of mind, but time of life. But we need to manifest that, and we need to do the hard work. And that hard work includes the difficult work of coming to Davos and calling that out. This is not where I want to be spending, I love you all, my time.
I mean, the reality of it is that, the EU, Canada, NATO nations, I mean, they are definitely, they definitely are going to take the lead here in progress. And the United States, unfortunately, as long as it has Trump, every day that it has Trump, the clock is ticking on a serious change, permanent change, because other countries want to move forward. And you're seeing that, right? And, while they're talking, this is exactly what is happening. They're renegotiating terms. China has made this move with Canada. I'm going to put on Carney's speech right in a second, but China has made this trade agreement with Canada. The EU has made a trade agreement with like 4 or 5 significant South American countries, including Brazil. I mean, this is a free trade deal now. They had 50 billion going both ways, from Europe to South America, and from South America to Europe. And that's been going on in a while. And now they just made it a free and open zone. So that means they're going to be doing even more trade because it's easier to do. You see what I mean? The tariffs will be down. The pricing will be dead low, you see, and it will be more convenient. And if you look at what's being traded, the people that follow, some of it is, food, right? Fruits, vegetables, just food, right? In general, food products, right? Some of it's cosmetic products, right? Coming out of South America. It could be many different things, but out of the EU, it could be, engineering. You see what I mean? Business. There's a lot going on. I'm telling you, there's a lot to this. It could be farming equipment. It could be other stuff, electronics. It could be a lot of different things that's packaged in there. It could also be, something else too. But people need to pay attention to this, because once they go in this direction, that puts the United States in an asking position, because trust me, we're not in a taking position, not with the EU, not with Canada. We're not with the world. You can't just take anything you want. And you witnessed that when you saw Trump come back with his tail between his legs. I mean, that's what you saw. Trump bucked and people said, nope, we're going to shoot first. And the American military heard that shit. And they told Trump, yo, unless you want to start off World War III, you should probably stop saying you're going to take Denmark by force. And that's exactly what they told that dude, because that's exactly what he would be igniting, because nobody is going to just go down and sit down for a lunatic when they don't have to. The American people have a political process. That means they have to sit down for Trump and shut up and ride it out. Nobody else is riding this out. And it's I really hope we do something about it. Kudos to Gavin Newsom. I might even, I want to vote for his ass, because I believe he knows every single part of this devious, thing that is taking place. And, you need people like this, strong people that are willing to stand up, that are going to, if preserve anything that's good about the United States of America,
Dormancy.
Yeah, nobody's taking Denmark, not anymore. I mean, Greenland, I'm talking about Greenland. They tried to buck up on Denmark. That is part of Denmark, by the way. People that don't know, Greenland is part of the Danish kingdom. So for folks that don't know, but the Danish kingdom is defending them. Their military is there. Security is a part of that. And it's not just military security. And for people that don't know, that have amnesia or have dementia, right? Trump has been saying he's going to take Greenland from the Danish kingdom. He's been talking about it for years. And guess what? Now he just stopped it and he announced it to everybody at Davos. He's not going to use any military threat. So, I mean, yeah, for the first time after the Danish kingdom had to say, we're going to shoot first. And then we find out later the orders our military have is shoot first. Don't call central command. Shoot on sight. That was the order. Then Trump changed his mind in front of the world. I mean, it's there.
Look, he's an invasive species, Donald Trump. He's not. He is. He took over the Republican Party. They're just, I mean, he's got, a few of them. Lindsey Graham. I mean,
there's a lot of dementia trolls out there. A lot of dementia trolls.
Speaking of that,
they don't watch what the world is watching. Go Trump, go Trump. We don't care. We don't care. Go Epstein. Go Epstein.
I'm sorry.
They're paid trolls, y'all. In a second, I'm about to go. I'm going to prove something. I'm going to prove that these are not real people, because the funny thing about it is that they cannot subscribe. Very few of the trolls can actually, if they're not a real person, they won't be able to hit the subscribe button. So when I put the chat in, in subscriber mode, they're stuck. They will disappear. You know what I'm saying? It's so funny. Watch this. Watch.
It's tough stuff. It's tough stuff.
Do me a favor, click the like button, y'all. I'm about to put the chat in subscriber mode. So you got a couple of seconds.
I don't recognize these
Let's
people.
see if these are bots or not.
Lindsey.
Let's see how many.
I mean, Lindsey, you think what I'm saying about Trump's tough? How about what Lindsey Graham said about Trump? How about the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio?
Do you think?
I mean, these are the same people. And this is why for things to change, we need to change.
Do you think
and that's why I'm changing my approach. And again, grateful you all took the
I mean, I suppose, do you think post-Trump there's a path back? Because you see this everywhere, the kind of insult politics that you're doing here, which you said you don't really enjoy it. You kind of seem to.
I just putting a mirror up. No, you got to. I was doing my 10-point plans before, and I don't think any of you would have been here this morning had I done that.
Oh, they would have been here.
No, because it wasn't working. No, everyone's trying to figure this guy out.
How do you, a Mark Carney crowd?
Yeah, no, but it's how do you communicate? How do you respond to this moment? And for me, it's about iteration. It's an entrepreneurial spirit. It's a very California mindset. You got to.
The trolls cannot subscribe. See, that's the one thing they can't do. I mean, they got some of them are AI trolls, so you will see a few of them. But just in case people don't know, this page has been hit up. I get hit up by these bots from Russia, China, and the MAGA, the MAGA sphere, Trump sphere, Elon Musk sphere, like daily, constantly, anytime I go live. So just for people to know, if you want to ask them, I ask them questions every day. What state do you live in? Who's your healthcare provider? So, but this time I'm just putting the chat in private. So
keep increasing the number of tries. And I was trying everything, wasn't working, wasn't breaking through. Democratic Party, writ large, wasn't breaking through. And we decided the only way to address Trump is quite literally to fight fire with fire.
Yeah. Now, it's a dangerous game. I don't know who this announcer is, but it's a dangerous game to try to propose that Newsom's approach to Trump is the problem. Like that's ridiculous, because Newsom's not out there threatening to put on tariffs on the EU, Canada. He's not threatening to take Canada. What do you expect? What do you expect somebody to do, the leader of a country to do, when you literally say, hey, man, you're about to be the 51st country, Canada? What do you expect the Canadian prime minister to say if he has any spine? What do you expect the choices to be if you have any spine? The choice is very simple. You must do it. You must break away, and you must move, make another path. Because if you're going to let somebody keep throwing that out there again and again without consequences, you will be in trouble later because of that. So look, so here's Carney. Let's hear what Carney's talking about. I mean, again, this is the Gavin Newsom would go down this route. You know what I mean? He would definitely. I'm not talking political talk here. I'm not talking about the election in 2028. I'm just saying this is political, but it's not about the election. I believe Gavin Newsom would clean up a lot of this garbage in the U.S., especially this corruption, especially on this level. We're talking about on the highest level ever seen. They're talking about letting Elon Musk into the Pentagon, into the bunker system, into the communication system of the United States of America. I mean, so of course you're going to need a lot of cleaning up when this guy's gone. You see, because now the reports are out that he tried to basically help a PAC tamper with the elections in the United States of America by giving Social Security information over to political PACs. That's a crime. That's a serious crime there. But in any case, here we go. I would vote for Gavin too. I'm not saying he's the one that's running, but if he is, I probably would. But let's hear Carney.
Going next in the global economy, which makes this a fitting moment to introduce a former hockey player, the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney. Prime Minister Carney.
Here we go.
Thank you very much, Larry. I'm going to start in French, and then I'll switch back to English. Merci, Larry.
Thank you, Larry. It is both a pleasure and a duty to be with you tonight in this pivotal moment that Canada and the world are going through. Today I will talk about a rupture in the world order, the end of a pleasant fiction and the beginning of a harsh reality, where geopolitics, where the large main power geopolitics is submitted to no limits, no constraints.
Hannibal, what's up?
On the other hand, I would like to tell you that the other countries, especially intermediate powers like Canada, are not powerless. They have the capacity to build a new order that encompasses our values, such as respect for human rights, sustainable development, solidarity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of the various states. The power of the less power starts with honesty.
It seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must.
Yo, you're right.
And this aphorism of...
Tahilia, you're right. Elon Musk gave it to Palantir's people, exactly, which is Peter Thiel, right? Which they're already doing the shit, the algorithm stuff. They're already tampering with people's private information constantly. Like, you don't know, this algorithm thing is the new way to steal. It's been going on, but it's the new way to steal elections. This online thing. This shit with and also the digital tampering. You don't know how else they plan on doing things like this, but they definitely using private information to go out and sway significant amount of voters in a certain direction, or to target them to make sure that when they show up to the polls, they won't be able to vote. All of a sudden their information is gone. This kind of stuff is very serious, and the rest of the world, the Western world and everybody else, need to pay close attention to what is going on and being allowed to go on in the United States of America, because you are definitely next on the hit list. And I'm telling you, these people are going to get far, but the American people have a lot of guns. And there is going to be a point where if this is not shut down legally, American people are going to turn to the last resort, which is in the Constitution. So that's your saving grace. But these people, when they're out of the U.S., before they get kicked out, they will be looking for more countries to leech off of, and they already started. So, this is about World War III, essentially. It's really on. You don't know what day it could be. You don't know if it's in the next year, if it's in the next two. But these people, the things that they're doing, start. These things can trigger a world war, like straight up. I'm just saying it.
Thucydides is presented as inevitable, as the natural logic of international relations reasserting itself. And faced with this logic, there is a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along, to accommodate, to avoid trouble, to hope that compliance will buy safety. Well, it won't. So what are our options? In 1978, the Czech dissident Václav Havel, later president, wrote an essay called The Power of the Powerless. And in it, he asked a simple question: how did the communist system sustain itself? And his answer began with the greengrocer. Every morning, this shopkeeper places a sign in his window: "Workers of the world unite." He doesn't believe it. No one does. But he places the sign anyway to avoid trouble, to signal compliance, to get along.
Damn.
And because every shopkeeper on every street does.
Yo, and guess who the shopkeepers are? The leaders of each country that are in this room in Davos. Like, he's letting them know, peep this. I mean, this is serious talk. And one thing I respect about Canadians is that they love their country. They're proud of who they are. And although they may not have the biggest military and all of these things, they have values. They have people values. Canadians have people values. You can go across Canada in a lot of these cities, people ain't locking their doors. You know what I'm saying? Like, straight up, you know, so they have a way of life that is different that Americans are not aware of. Americans lock their doors. We put fucking bars up. You know, we have dogs. We have a lot of shit like that because we fear each other. You know, why? Because everyone doesn't have health care. Everyone doesn't have access to fair housing. Everyone doesn't have access to education. So you literally have people, you know, striving just to survive. Like, and some people are willing to do anything. And that's why we put these bars up. That's why we have these dogs. That's why we close our gates. That's why we have gated communities and all that shit. Canada is not functioning like that. They find safety in investing in their fellow man. That's how they live. That's similar to Denmark. And I'm telling you, that's very similar to Denmark. And I'm telling you, a lot of these countries, to preserve the West, they are going to start locking arms in that philosophy because they realize the rest of this shit is chaos anyway. It's chaos.
But he places the sign anyway to avoid trouble, to signal compliance, to get along.
In Italy, the doors have 6 locks. Italy better straighten their shit out, man. You better do. I've been talking to some people about Italy, and it's the corruption though. Look, Italy has a similar level of corruption as the United States that always likes to play people against each other. And instead of making sure that, of course, they also have a issue that's not being dealt with, which is, I think the issue with immigration is a real issue in Italy, you know, but how you deal with it and how you confront it will show what the results are. You know, it will bring forth either something positive or something more negative, you know. So, yeah.
And because every shopkeeper on every street does the same, the system persists. Not through violence alone, but through the participation of ordinary people in rituals they privately know to be false. Havel called this living within a lie. The system's power comes not from its truth, but from everyone's willingness to perform as if it were true. And
this is a damning speech to any country, anybody in the West that is following Trump. This is a damning speech to anyone that had this idea to follow Trump. Like, straight up. I mean, it cannot be seen any other way. Like, they're saying, if you want to survive this, you need to drop this lunatic, demand that the American society get rid of this lunatic now, or it's over. The relationship is over. That's what they're saying. You see what I mean? And that means Americans might have been thinking, oh, Trump, he's here to get us out of wars. No, he's not here to get you out of war. He's here to get you into poverty, to create a situation where the only thing you have left to your name is some fucking weapons. And what are you going to use them for? Like, seriously, start thinking about your bank account. Start thinking about your mortgage on your home, because that shit is up for grabs right now, because people are about to cut the United States off. It's allies. It's not the enemies that's about to cut the U.S. off. It's the allies. And that is going to hurt more than what an enemy could have ever done.
its fragility comes from the same source. When even one person stops performing, when the greengrocer removes his sign, the illusion begins to crack. Friends, it is time for companies and countries to take their signs down. For decades, For decades, countries like Canada prospered under what we called the rules-based international order. We joined its institutions, we praised its principles, we benefited from its predictability. And because of that, we could pursue values-based foreign policies under its protection. We knew the story of the international rules-based order was partially false.
What's up, Tia?
That the strongest would exempt themselves when convenient, that trade rules were enforced asymmetrically. And we knew that international law applied with varying rigor depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. This fiction was useful. And American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security, and support for frameworks for resolving disputes. So we placed the sign in the window. We participated in the rituals, and we largely avoided calling out the gaps between rhetoric and reality. This bargain no longer works. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Over the past 2 decades, a series of crises in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited.
What's up, Eric?
You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination.
Right. And this is the thing. The U.S. was integrated into a lot of Western countries' markets, but a lot of Americans don't know that. You see, they're too blind to know it. Insurance companies had invested in American corporations because they were leading, right? What else? There's the financial institutions. American financial institutions were allowed into the other Western countries. They were allowed. You see what I mean? Even me, what we're working on right now, I'm in Denmark. I'm on YouTube. That's a financial system being allowed into a foreign country. That's what that is, you know, and social media, all of that shit is all financial. Why? Because they're integrated. They're getting funds. They're paying funds. They're sending, you know, YouTube has to send money. People from the United States send me money over here and the whole thing. So there was cooperation there. Yo, this is about to end. I mean, YouTube may not exist in a couple of months in Denmark, in Europe, in Canada. Like American systems may not. It's possible they won't even exist. And that is going to hit American companies and Americans very, very hard. The pullback of the financial institutions, you know, that's going to hit hard. Then there's other ones outside of just social media. There's other financial institutions here. So these countries were integrated and yo, I'm just telling you, American people, the voters, you have voted for this. You voted to allow it. The Supreme Court is allowing this to hit the American people. This fall is one ushered in by Congress, the Senate, and the Supreme Court. Whatever pain American citizens feel in the pocket, every person that gets kicked out of their home, every person that has a family member die because they didn't have access to health care, every person that loses their job and then loses their home, and then loses a family member because they can't pay for the health care. All of this shit that you are about to witness has been ushered in by the Congress that keeps supporting Trump and protecting him, the Senate that keeps protecting Trump, and the Supreme Court that's protected him up to this far to even allow this debacle to happen. Like, you have someone to blame, but make sure you blame yourself too. The ones that voted for Trump. Like, make sure you blame yourself. Don't you dare look at anybody else that said, I told you so. And motherfucker, if you dare try to point the finger at me as some liberal, I was here telling you this shit the entire time. This is what's going to happen. And I said it. It's on tape. It's on tape. You know what I'm saying? So we know there was plenty of people out there that didn't heed the word. We know it's all there. All the data is there. Clock is ticking. Clock is ticking. How many days do you think you have left before the turnaround cannot happen anymore, before there's definitely no possibility? How many days do you think it is?
The multilateral institutions on which the middle powers have relied, the WTO, the UN, the COP, the architecture, the very architecture of collective problem solving are under threat. And as a result, many countries are drawing the same conclusions, that they must develop greater strategic autonomy in energy, food, critical minerals, in finance and supply chains. And this impulse is understandable. A country that can't feed itself, fuel itself, or defend itself has few options. When the rules no longer protect you, you must protect yourself.
This is some serious talk here. Like, I mean, I'm so sure there's going to be so many Americans that ain't hearing this talk. But listen, this man is issuing a warning. This is your friend, and he is telling you that you are headed for certain disaster with Trump. Like, no question about it. All those threats that Trump tried to issue out to other Western allies, they ain't going for it anyway. That was bullshit talk to his base, you know, to make his base feel strong and proud, to keep on following his lunatic ways. But it's not going to work. There's an imminent serious decline coming to the U.S. and who knows how long it's going to be. By the way, you may as well say this. If you're a person who doesn't think the U.S. is going to reform itself within the next month or two, I can't even put a number on it. If you don't think the U.S. is going to reform itself within a month, weeks, you may as well just put all your money in gold. Because when this motherfucker drops, when it really takes a hit, see, right now the market hasn't figured out exactly what's going on. But once it does, it's going to be reflected in the market. And usually speeches like this come right before the action. Usually that's what I'm telling you. If you watch the news and you listen to the news, you knew gold was going to go up. Why? Because Trump got elected and the dollar's going to go down. You knew that because of his policies of tariffs. You could translate that language. You could translate that. Aha, he said this today. I better go do this to protect myself. You know what I'm saying? In the market, I better buy these stocks. Yo, I'm telling you, gold is going to hit the motherfucking roof. And I'm sure Trump is planning on trying to back out of this. Elon Musk and all of them, you can hear them, all that language, all that tough talk. They now trying to roll it back. But listen, when you talk that tough talk too much, sooner or later, you got to eat it. And I believe these people are going to make sure that they eat it because they are insulted. See, that's different from just being a problem. That means, no, you insulted them personally also as a society, as a civilization. You insulted your number one allies, the people that got and had your back. That's not good. That's not good.
But let's be clear-eyed about where this leads.
Yeah, invest in everybody else's shit. invest in everybody else. Invest in everybody else in the West because they're going to be releasing a lot of money in the EU for building up things that they decided that they would work with the United States on. Instead, they're about to reject. There's about to be, listen, I know this for a fact. There's about to be new social media coming out of the EU. That's one thing that they are going to do, that they're working on right now. They're about to dump Facebook. They're going to be dumping YouTube. I'm telling you, it's coming. It is coming, you know, and they're dumping they already, not even is it coming. They're dumping their relationship these pension companies have with U.S. corporations. They're dumping them left and right. You know, this is definitely not a time. If things were going to turn around, you know, the senators would be impeaching Trump and his administration right now. If things were going to turn around, but they're not. And I'm telling you, people don't have a month. They don't have a month. You have days, man, because people need to survive themselves. And they're just tired of Donald J. Trump, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, Peter Thiel. They see as a threat to their society, their way of life. Like, you have to understand that is where it's at now. Like,
a world
there's
of
no going back.
Will be
there's no going forward with them.
Poorer, more fragile, and less sustainable. And there's another truth. If great powers abandon even the pretense of rules and values for the unhindered pursuit of their power and interests, the gains from transactionalism will become harder to replicate. Hegemons cannot continually monetize their relationships. Allies will diversify to hedge against uncertainty. They'll buy insurance, increase options in order to rebuild sovereignty.
Listen to what he's saying.
Sovereignty that was once grounded in rules but will increasingly be anchored in the ability to withstand pressure. This room knows this is classic risk management. Risk management comes at a price. But that cost of
risk management comes at a price. What is the price? It's the downfall of the U.S. That is the price. Like literally, in language, translate this language. The American citizen is going to take the fall for this. Why? Because in a democracy, you choose your fate. You choose what you want. And people chose Trump. And this is the only option everyone else has because they are democracies too. So they have to accept you chose Trump. You chose a leader that would insult us. You chose a leader that would attack us. You chose a leader that would dare try to harm us and threaten us day after day after day.
strategic autonomy of sovereignty can also be shared. Collective investments in resilience are cheaper than everyone building their own fortresses. Shared standards reduce fragmentations. Complementarities are positive sum. And the question for middle powers like Canada is not whether to adapt to the new reality, we must. The question is whether we adapt by simply building higher walls or whether we can do something more ambitious. Now, Canada was amongst the first to hear the wake-up call, leading us to fundamentally shift our strategic posture. Canadians know that our old, comfortable assumptions that our geography and alliance memberships automatically conferred prosperity and security, that assumption is no longer valid. And our new approach rests on what Alexander Stubb, the President of Finland, has termed value-based realism. Or to put another way, we aim to be both principled and pragmatic. Principled in our commitment to fundamental values, sovereignty, territorial integrity, the prohibition of the use of force except when consistent with the UN Charter, and respect for human rights. And pragmatic in recognizing that progress is often incremental, that interests diverge, that not every partner will share all of our values. So we're engaging broadly, strategically with open eyes. We actively take on the world as it is, not wait around for a world we wish to be. We are calibrating our relationships so their depth reflects our values. And we're prioritizing broad engagement to maximize our influence, given the fluidity of the world at the moment, the risks that this poses, and the stakes for what comes next. And we are no longer just relying on the strength of our values, but also the value of our strength. We are building that strength at home. Since my government took office, we have cut taxes on incomes, on capital gains, and business investment. We have removed all federal barriers to interprovincial trade. We are fast-tracking $1 trillion of investments in energy, AI, critical minerals, new trade corridors, and beyond. We're doubling our defense spending by the end of this decade, and we're doing so in ways that build our domestic industries. And we are rapidly diversifying abroad. We've agreed a comprehensive strategic partnership with the EU, including joining SAFE, the European Defence Procurement Arrangements. We have signed 12 other trade and security deals on 4 continents.
That's a lot of investment money is going into security, weapon in several different ways, weapons, but also other things within the EU, you know. And, I think the only thing that can really happen at this point is Americans have to, save face. They have to come out and make some moves that let it be known to the world that they are rejecting Trump. Like, that's it. Not just Trump, but what he stands for and who has been a part of this, like this attack, because it really has been an attack on the EU. And you can think it's a coincidence that Elon Musk is all of a sudden interested in UK elections and blah, blah, blah. You can think that's a coincidence, but come on. Is it a coincidence? No, that's the pattern. That's the plan. That's the playbook, and it's been benefiting Putin. And it benefited Putin in the United States. It's benefiting Putin in the UK. It's for the benefit of Putin. So, these countries are saying enough is enough, and as I've been saying the whole time, the EU has 450 million people. That's not even including the UK. It's not including Canada. It's not including Australia. It's not including a lot of other people, but we're talking about just the EU. The European Union has 450 million people. That's 100 million more people than the United States of America. Listen, U.S., by mass, by volume, by math, you have a serious problem right now because of this president. Like, you have a problem. The math will not allow you to overcome without a change in your policy, without a change in your leadership, and without a new approach to the rest of the world. Like, seriously, you won't escape this without making major reform.
In 6 months. The past few days, we've concluded new strategic partnerships.
Ali, everyone be scared because Trump and them are not telling you, they're not warning the public. They're not warning the public. Like, this administration, they don't give a fuck about the American people. Like, they're really sitting there thinking about taking your home, buying your home up when you lose your dollars, when you lose your money, when you lose your ability to take care of yourself. They sitting back twiddling their thumbs like, damn, how can we buy all these homes out? We have our bank, the mortgages, we're going to recall the mortgage. This is what they're thinking. Like, you are the main target of Trump. Trump hates you, the American people, more than anyone else. Like, you have to understand this. He cares not about any American citizen. This shit about Republican and Democrat also, you have to it has to be dropped. This is far reaching. It doesn't care if you're a Republican. It doesn't care if you're a Democrat. It doesn't care if you're independent. Your life is under threat. Like, and these people are making sure it's not going to be them. The EU, Canada, they're making sure it ain't going to be them. Like,
with China and Qatar.
They're looking at the farms, licking their lips. Exactly. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. And trust me, I ain't got the time to be sitting up here talking all this shit for nothing. Like, it's real. It's real. They are doing this,
Negotiating free trade pacts with India, ASEAN, Thailand, Philippines, and Mercosur. We're doing something else.
Wake up. What's up?
To help solve global problems,
MJ.
We're pursuing variable geometry. In other words, different coalitions for different issues based on common values and interests. So on Ukraine, we're a core member of the Coalition of the Willing and one of the largest per capita contributors to its defense and security. On Arctic sovereignty, we stand firmly with Greenland and Denmark and fully support their unique right to determine Greenland's future. Our commitment to NATO's Article 5 is unwavering. So we're working with our NATO allies, including the Nordic Baltic Gate, to further secure the alliance's northern and western flanks, including through Canada's.
All right. Now I'm gonna speed it up to the questions part, right? Just so people can get a taste of that, right? Yeah, because I also want to hear his questions, the questions posed to him. I didn't get a chance to hear it, but here we go. Let's check it out.
With us. Thank you very much.
I mean, but we heard their intention. We heard their intention, and this is coming off of the back of a trade meeting with China, a trip that Carney took to China to make the agreement. You see what I mean? This came after that trip. Yeah, so these things are real that he's discussing. They're really happening. Do me a favor, click the like button if you're listening in. If you're on your TV, click the like button, pick up the remote, click the like button, click subscribe. It helps more people come in to see the video. By the way, I'm an American that lives in Copenhagen, Denmark, but I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C. My family on both sides goes back to the colonial period of the U.S. So this is my interest right now. Like, what the fuck is going on in my country? Like, seriously. And for those that don't know, on the 31st of January, it's official. There's another demonstration in front of the American Embassy in Copenhagen that's happening. So anybody that's listening from Copenhagen area, Malmo, Sweden area, you know, the area of Denmark, you're welcome to come 12 o'clock noon in front of the American Embassy in Osterbro, Copenhagen, Denmark, for a demonstration against this administration. Okay, so join us all.
Well, thank you, Prime Minister. I don't think I've seen many standing ovations at Davos, so that was interesting. You said, there was a phrase in your speech where you said sovereignty now is the ability to withstand pressure. Isn't Canada almost uniquely vulnerable to pressure because of the extent of your trade dependence on the United States?
Well, the proof is that we have been able to withstand the pressure, and there has been considerable pressure. I'll give you a couple of facts. We've actually created more jobs since the tariffs were put on than the United States in absolute number. Economy is growing at the second fastest rate within the G7. That's not there. There are pockets of extreme pressure without question in Canada, but headline, we're reacting. The second thing, and it's a fundamental point, is the recognition that we can give ourselves far more than any foreign country can take away. There's lots of efficiencies in having one Canadian market, the $1 trillion of domestic investment, and building these partnerships abroad, all of which are bigger returns than what's been lost. That's not to say we would rather not lose it, but we can withstand the pressure, and we are.
And I was interested that you said basically the old world's not coming back. So you're not seeing this as a period where you just have to get through and normalcy will return.
I think that is our view. And we regret it, but we're not going to sit around and mourn it. We're acting. And we're acting in a way, both that's in our interests, but we believe in a way with others that's building imperfectly in steps a new system. I'll give you one example and hand back, which is we are members of trade agreements that comprise already 1.4 billion people around the world. So we have the most extensive network. We are trying with others to bring some of those networks together. The most prominent example is the Trans-Pacific Partnership in the EU, acting as a bridge. It's not a direct benefit for Canada, but it is a benefit for Canada that these groups come together. And Ngozi is here, consistent with the WTO rules, both of which are. And in that way, we're building back out amongst willing partners.
And you talked about the need not to put the sign in the window anymore, to pretend that things are still the same.
Now, if you listen to how he defines that relationship, right? I mean, of course, I agree with that. That should be their goal. That makes sense. That's what's logical. That's what's rational, right? But on the flip side, you could also see that would be their opponents. Their opponent would be trying to do everything they can to stop that, right? So, but you got to understand, people got to understand that. Listen, if you try to stop this, if you try to force with weapons, with a war or any other tactics to stop what these countries freely want to do for themselves, it is going to trigger a world war. Like, you have to understand that, American citizens. Like, so you have to understand they're not going to take it. Canada is not going to take it. Like, you might look at the numbers, but you need to look at the network. You need to look at what they mean in real data value, not just the size. You know, how many Canadians are there? Like, it doesn't matter. There's a sizable force that is like, you don't cross this motherfucking line. There's a sizable, just like a sizable force went to Greenland and was like, you don't cross this motherfucking line. there's more of a sizable force because they will come and help Canada too. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is NATO territory. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to let you separate them in that Atlantic. You have to understand it. You have to understand that. So that are listening that just think like, oh, but we could stop that. All we got to do is shit. You gonna be who's going to do it? Russia and the United States going to fight NATO? Is that what you think? Is that what you think? Okay. Some people will think that, right? Some people will think that, but I would tell you this: you might want to look at the map. You know what I'm saying? While you have that thought, have that idea in your head, you might want to look at the map. And you might want to look at the data and the numbers behind the situation before you assume that that's going to play out so easily. And what I mean by World War III is, you ain't going to do it easily. You see what I'm saying? And unless you like the effects of something like a World War III, if you like, you might like that economy. I don't know how many people do, right? Damn it, I'm all the way down here in South America. But listen, here's what you're looking at. You're looking at Greenland. You're looking at the EU over here, right? And they know their relationship between Canada and the EU. They know that that's a strong thing. So they're not going to go out. They're not going to be boxed in. You have to understand that. So they're not going to allow Russia or anyone, China or the United States of America, to box them in. So you have to understand that is a World War III issue. Trying to stop Canadian relations from the EU is a World War III scenario. So don't think of it as something that's going to happen so lightly. And it's just, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, no, motherfucker, you're looking at a serious problem for yourself because they already know that's the last thing they can allow. They will use military force to defend it, their relations.
Do you think, to put it directly, that the NATO alliance is still doing that, still pretending it's the old transatlantic partnership when it's really kind of going?
Well, I think clearly NATO is experiencing a test right now. And the first response to that test has to be to respond in a way that ensures the security of the Arctic in a robust way for all possibilities. This is actually a point that we have been making in recent years. It's a point that I made at the NATO summit back in June, which seemed like a pledging summit, but also was to get NATO policies in the right direction. So I think in the immediate term, one of the imperatives is to reinforce things that Canada is doing, Nordic Baltic 8 are doing, the UK are doing, other NATO partners, France included, in a comprehensive way that provides much greater security in the Arctic. This is the test, and so I wouldn't say the NATO sign stays in the window, but we've got to meet the moment of that.
You also, a big theme of your speech was the need for middle powers to work together. Yeah. But you've just been to the other great power, to China. And I think people are very intrigued by seeing that meeting. And some people say, kind of, that's a mistake, really, because you're going to make yourself more dependent on China. They're not that benign either. The US will be very annoyed. What's the defense of what you're doing, and what do you hope to get out of it?
The US will be very annoyed. I don't think Canada gives a fuck right now what the US thinks about anything that it does, like straight up. I mean, again, I don't know where people would think that, Canada's a sovereign nation. They've been there for a very long time. They've existed just as long as the US, pretty much. Canadians have their own way of seeing things. Of course, they're very close to Americans. They are Americans. They're very close to United States Americans, but we have some cultural differences, and those things are built into our view of pride, the type of pride we have. Canadians have a sense of pride based on who they are and how they do things, but it's still pride. And when they put their foot down on something, they put their foot down on it. So they don't care what Americans think, especially when you have a leader like Donald J. Trump. The fact that you have a leader like Donald J. Trump means by law, they cannot give a fuck what you think. You know, that erases that erases any other question. You know what I'm saying? First, get rid of him and his administration. Then people might start wondering and caring about what you think, you know, but right now they don't. People are in survival mode, and this is a serious moment for them, and they're going to put their foot down on it. Like, they're going to do it. And Trump and Americans are going to sit back and look at their bank account deplete, look at their investments deplete, look at everything around them deplete, and go, ooh, I even saw some damn story about motherfucking trash is getting picked up in some places every 2 weeks now in the U.S. instead of every twice a week or whatever, man. You know how many times the trash gets picked up in front of my house a week? Like, this is what's happening. It's slowly getting there, bit by bit, just slowly. And I think for a lot of people, it's happening so slowly, they won't see it until it's all the way there, you know, which is sad.
Well, the first thing is to say it's not a defense. I know the way you framed the question, but it's offense. It's building out. It's something positive as opposed to against. We're for something as opposed to being against. The second is, there are very clear guardrails in that relationship. I spoke of calibration of relationships in my remarks. That's what I mean by it. But within those clear guardrails are huge opportunities in energy, both clean and conventional, obviously in motor vehicles, in agriculture, in financial service, all of which is mutually beneficial. So it's additive. And it's the second largest economy.
And check this out. Check this out. It's huge opportunity for Canada too, because think about this, and China, because look, Trump, he stalled the automotive industry in the United States of America. In the United States of America, he purposely stalled that. You see what I mean? And both automakers in the U.S. and automakers in Canada are dependent on that. They're integrated. So they want L vehicles in Canada. They would love to buy a Cadillac L vehicle. They would love that. They would love to buy an American L vehicle from the United States of America. Canadians would, but Trump don't want that. See, that's the problem. So you got to move on, and people aren't going to go back on climate change. This is a serious issue. There's a lot of elements that feed into this. Climate change, Canada has huge forests. You think Canada doesn't want to be knee deep in climate change investments? You see what I mean? In clean energy, you think they don't want to go? You think that's not to their benefit? Or do you just want to end up like the United States of America with fucking fires every goddamn, you know, the signs, the writing on the wall, but having presidents, Congress, Senate, Supreme Court that doesn't do a fucking thing about it? Like, you know, seriously, this is over. There's no way in hell you're going to stop Canada from working with China. They're going to do it. There are guardrails. Canadians ain't afraid to fight Chinese if they fucking have to either. But this is a moment where people have to step up because the Americans won't.
And it's our second largest trading partner. We should have a strategic partnership with them within those guardrails, and that's what we've achieved.
Do me a favor, click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. If you're watching on your TV in the EU or late night in the Americas, pick up your remote and click the like button and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I appreciate it.
It is an interesting reversal, though, because I think certainly during the Biden administration, there was this sense that the Western world was trying to decouple from China, or de-risk at least, and is now in this new world that really going to go into reverse, and de-risking from China because there are other risks.
Because the U.S. dropped the ball. Of course, the U.S. dropped the ball. What you expect? Donald J. Trump twice now has dropped the ball. He's dropped the ball on the direction the Western countries are going in. He dropped it. So this the second time you fumbled the ball? Shit. Ain't nobody got time for that, man. That's 15 years of people's lives. Climate change doesn't have 15 years to waste. You know, that's a serious thing, and it's just crazy, man.
It's less of a thing.
You need, again,
Caleb, what's up, Caleb?
Is their livelihood. You need a web of connections.
Lorna.
And to miss out in that web some of
it
the
is
largest
embarrassing.
ones, United States, we already have that.
But it's going to be worse than embarrassing, Lorna. It's going to fucking hurt American citizens. And I mean, you know, it is going to hurt. And, you know, this is like sadomasochist. This is like saying, you know, I enjoy my pain this way. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is insane. It is fucking insane. And, you know, I just really wonder are American citizens going to get rid of these motherfuckers in power? And also the people that allowed these motherfuckers in power. Like, really, because it is just, it's like self-suicide. It's self-suicide, you know?
China, India, Mercosur, European Union, that's a mistake. That's not managing your relationships properly. That makes you stronger, makes you more resilient. And then on top of that, I'll give you again, I'll appeal since it's in the headlines to the Nordics. Nordics plus Canada, it's 20% of global GDP. It's not the first thing people would realize, but
you
Canada,
hear that?
It's 20% of global. Makes you stronger, makes you more resilient, and then on top of that, I'll give you again. I'll appeal since it's in the headlines to the Nordics. Nordics plus Canada, it's 20% of global GDP.
The Nordic lands, which Denmark is a part of, the country I live in as an American citizen, the Nordic lands and Canada put together is 20% of the world GDP. You know, and that's what I mean by, like, you have to look in the details. It has to be a comprehensive look to be able to understand how this thing is going to play out. You have to, for the listeners, young people, by the way, young people that might be swayed by disinformation and things like that. No, when you make decisions on a global about your life, you need to look into all the details about the relationships, how integrated these countries are together, and the effects. You need to look on the macro. Have a strong understanding of who's contributing on the macro level and how these things are tied in, so you can understand which way the wind is going to blow. And right now, the wind is about to blow totally against the United States of America in every fucking way possible. Like, so anybody that is telling you you can withstand this shit, no one can withstand mathematics or science or nature. No one. So this is going to be heavy.
It's not the first thing people would realize, but that
Japan, Australia, exactly, man. These people aren't going to sit down for this bullshit that Trump doing, you know.
Relationship, which is deepening for security reasons,
and listen,
because we're like,
and they're not doing this because they hate Americans. They're doing this because they actually know Americans very well. U.S. citizens, they know how U.S. is split politically, but they're doing this because they have an obligation to their own people. And when they see that a country is not doing right by its own people, they know that that is a clear sign it's not going to do right by anybody else, and you have to do right yourself.
Minded, those are the types of partnerships that I think we'll see more of.
And you got a round of applause when you said something strong about standing on principle on Greenland. Do you think we can find an off-ramp on that? I mean, I'm sure you'll speak of it.
MJ said black people ain't fighting. Yo, speak for yourself, MJ. but I know you are, but I'm just saying, you know, I don't know. Black people ain't fighting for America anymore. So take 53 million. I don't know if you're talking about in the military, but let me tell you, fight for the country you live in. Fight for your country, man. And that doesn't mean join the military. I'm just saying, you know, join everyone else that's trying to put an end to this administration who's about to totally fuck up your life, including all black people in America, including all African Americans. Like, just remember that. You should want to join and lock arms with everyone else that understands your problem, like understands removing African Americans out of, images out of the military, calling it woke, firing all kinds of people just because of their ethnicity, American citizens, that's wrong. You should be willing to lock arms with everybody else that agrees with that notion right now. So it depends on what you mean by fight, man. But I'm going to tell you, I'm going to fight for my country, but not for anybody that's supporting Donald J. Trump. I do not take orders from motherfucking Trump or anybody that's aiding Trump. I don't take no motherfucking. As far as I'm concerned, he's not the president, and I ain't listening to the federal government is not working right now. They don't even work. I'm not relying on them right now to do shit. You know what I'm saying? And yes, I will listen. The Canadian Prime Minister is my president right now more than Donald Trump. The Prime Minister of Denmark is my Prime Minister more than Donald motherfucking J. Trump will ever fucking be. Because at least they got my back. Donald J. Trump is trying to kill people like me. Shit, I'm going to lock arms with whoever's trying to fucking get rid of his ass,
But put it this way, if there isn't an off-ramp, where does this go?
I strongly believe that there's a better outcome that come from the discussions that have been catalyzed.
If it really gets bad, guess who might be sending you some weapons in the United States of America too? If it really gets bad, no. Stop saying that, man. Listen. This I don't understand this. MB, don't let people fool you, man. Don't be so fooled, MEB. Black Americans do have a dog in this fight. Everybody look at this comment here. Black Americans don't have a dog in this fight. Okay, that's not MJ saying that. That's a different person, right? But listen, you out of your mind. You better have a dog in this fight because they coming after you first. They already started with y'all, black ass. You better understand that. They already started. You were the first target on Trump's list. You know what I'm saying? So, you got a dog in this fight, goddammit. And, all the black people in the chat, but, put a 1 in the chat if you got a dog in this fight because they plan on they already started off with our asses. What the fuck? What the hell? We should be on Canada time. We should have took those things as fucking insults and drawn the line right there with the fucking insult. You know what I mean? But a lot of people been fooled to thinking that they're gonna know that some way they're gonna get make some money out of Trump or something. No, man, draw the line with fucking ethics and morals. Draw the line right there. This man tried to eliminate you from the history of the motherfucking country your goddamn ancestors fucking slaved in. Shit, don't you ever say you don't have a dog in this fight, motherfucker. Like, get it straight. And I hate to talk this way, but whoever that is that said that, that's a fucking troll, or you've been listening to QAnon too motherfucking much. You need to clean that shit up because there is no more fucking time left.
Unusual way, admittedly, but and we absolutely stand by the principles that I referenced. That solution starts with security, and a security, yes, of Greenland, but more broadly of the Arctic. Canada is foursquare contributing to that. We're at the start of a major ramp up above and beyond, so we'll be a major contributor to that. NATO has to deliver on that. We're working intensively in order to do it. As well, prosperity for the people of Greenland. In the end, it comes back to the people there, and there are opportunities to do that in ways that would strengthen all of the alliance.
And when President Trump says, Greenland's under threat from Russia, even from China, is that for real?
I would say that there are threats. Russia is without question a threat in the Arctic, without question. Russia does lots of horrible things, and I'll take the opportunity to condemn their unjustified and horrific assault on Ukraine, almost at its 4th year. They are a real threat in the Arctic, one against we need to protect, which is why we have 364 5-day air, sea, and land presence. It's why we're adding to our submarine fleet, adding to our air fighter fleet, why we're building out over-the-horizon radar to protect from Russian missile threats and others, and why we will work with our NATO partners. The threat is more prospective than actual at this stage in terms of actual activity in the Arctic, and we intend to keep it that way.
Another big issue that's going to come up this week is this board of peace that President Trump is keen on. I'm not sure whether it's for Gaza or for the entire world, but apparently Canada's been invited. Are you going to join?
We have been invited, and let me start by, I think we should recognize the progress that has been made in at least getting towards the end of the first phase of this process. And the activation, if I can put it that way, of the process to set up the Board of Peace is the start of phase 2. Our view is, and that's to be welcomed, and this is a positive vehicle. Our view is we need to work on the actual structure of the vehicle. You just referenced, is it for Gaza? Well, the UN resolution, Security Council Resolution 2803, references a Board of Peace for Gaza. That's where we see it becoming immediately operative, and it needs to be in our view, it's better to be designed in that way for the immediate needs there. There are many other needs around the world, first point. Second point, it needs to coincide with the immediate full flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza. We are still not where we need to be. Conditions still are horrific. So that needs to come alongside. We think there's aspects of the governance and the decision-making process that could be improved, but we will work with others, obviously work with the United States, because we will do anything that we can to improve the situation, the horrific situation.
Okay, somebody asked if Trump disinvited the Canadian Prime Minister. It says here, reports from January 22nd and 23rd, 2026, confirmed that President Trump did not cancel the invitation to the Peace Coalition entirely, but he did formally revoke Canada's invitation to join the new Board of Peace, the central body of the 20-point Gaza peace plan. The revocation occurred during the World Economic Forum in Davos, following a public dispute over the membership fee. Right. And again, this is the membership fee, right? So Trump wants to make money off of a peace summit. Now, if you think that that's good for Gazans, the fact that Trump, he's going to make money, all he's going to do is take all that money and put it in hotels in Gaza. I mean, this guy, they already have a goddamn hotel. They already have a whole resort that leaked online. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Listen, and anyone involved in this is doing this out of good faith. It doesn't mean that they expect anything good to come out of it. It's just he's saying it. They're willing to do anything to try to help the people of Gaza at this point. They're willing to try to do anything. But it doesn't mean they ain't going to move on with the rest of their life if it doesn't work. It doesn't mean they're putting all their time and energy into, is it going to be peace in Gaza? What? You crazy? That's not how it works. As you can see, a lot of this is symbolic. People know that it's fucked up, and it helps to be on the side of symbology if you can't do anything your way, the way you would do it. So, I mean, it's crazy. But yeah, Trump want people to pay millions of dollars to be a part of that fucking thing. It's like, are you crazy? Like, so this is just sad. It's so sad, man. You want me to tell you the rest about this? Let me see here. The dispute, the fallout centered on provisions in the Board of Peace Charter that requires I'm sorry about that, y'all. I'm a little stuffy today. That requires permanent members to contribute $1 billion in cash to fund Gaza reconstruction. Who is the resource? This is out on Wikipedia. You can look it up. Listen, so that means they're resourcing somebody else. But, of course, if you don't believe it, I would say go look into it. I mean, I'm pretty much secure. Matter of fact, let me just open this up for people to see here. The whole thing has been released. This is ridiculous, but that's what Trump wants. So you see, look, you obviously understand Trump doesn't give a fuck about Gaza. You have to know that Trump doesn't give a fuck about Palestine. You have to know that. You have to know that. This is a way to make sure nothing happens. It's just another way to play more games over the issue. Really? I don't know who in their right mind thinks Trump leading a piece of anything where he says you got to pay $1 billion up front to even be a part of it. Man, do you want Trump stealing $1 billion of your citizens' money right now? Is that what you want? Because that's exactly what he plans on doing. He's going to take that money and use it for a resort. He's going to steal it. He's going to do something corrupt with it. Allegedly, it's what it seems to me. I don't know for sure, but it would be my guess based on his past history. You see what I mean? So, yeah, man, Gaza people, escape, run for your life. I hate to say it that way, but I said it to my Palestinian buddies a couple of years back. I said, listen, man, you all have to do something radical. Leave or do something radical. Like, you got to do now. And I'm not talking about launching bombs at Israel. I mean, like something else, but you have to at least leave, save yourself, because they want you dead, and it's that simple. Like, and yeah, a lot of people thought Trump was going to bring peace to Gaza. He promised to bring peace to Gaza. They didn't like Kamala Harris. She didn't even have a chance to bring peace to Gaza, by the way, because she was never president. They didn't like what Biden did, and that could be questioned, you know, the U.S.'s role in Gaza. But listen, I mean, it's pretty much a wrap at this point. It's pretty much a wrap. You know, sad to say, it's likely not going to be peace in that area. You know, and it's not just about the United States, because we all know your neighbors have a role in establishing the peace too, right? Your closest neighbors, right? And as we see the EU and Canada and countries like this align themselves when they have a problem to deal with their problem, that should have been what the loving people of the Middle East did: surround Gaza, surround Palestinians with love. But that's not what they did. They split up and went into their own little their own little circles, would only divide them and make them weaker. You see, so we're going to see, is that what the EU going to do? Is that what Canada is going to do? Is that what the rest of NATO is going to do? Or are they going to do the opposite? You tell me.
In there, and to move onto a path to a true two-state solution.
There's a suggestion you can get permanent membership of the Board of Peace by ponying up $1 billion. You going to write a check for that?
We would write checks and deliver in kind to improve the welfare of the people of Palestine. But we want to see it delivered direct to those outcomes promoting peace, and so the mechanics and how it works that way.
Yeah. I mean, why are you going to ask for $1 billion up front just to sit down at the fucking meeting? You know, what is that about? And you take $1 billion of Putin's money? Do you see how bad he's treating Russians, but he got $1 billion for Palestine? It makes no sense. It's just a fusk. Fusk means it's just a fraud. It's just a 125th hustle. It's just a 3-card Monty going on here. It's on the global stage.
Okay, final question. President Trump and a lot of people who agree with him condemn globalism a lot. And I suspect, you would be the kind of epitome of a globalist. You worked for Goldman Sachs, I believe. You were a central banker. You're comfortable and lived in several countries. Is globalism, first of all, is it a thing, and is it over?
I think, look, understanding how the world works, having an appreciation for other cultures, understanding the connections, and being able to, or at least appreciating ways that how we connect, whether it's through technology, trade, investment, culture, can enrich our lives, and that's a good thing, and also help solve problems. Being detached from where you live and the broader needs of society, there is an epithet for that. I don't know that the G word is the one. There's certainly what we're finding, and to go back to the points I was making, is that there are a number of like-minded countries that want to work through partnership to achieve those goals for their citizens and for the world more broadly. The call is for more to recognize what's really going on right now, and to pool their resources to the benefit of citizens. So it won't be global. It won't cover the globe, but it will be more powerful.
Okay, Prime Minister, thank you very much indeed.
All right, so that was interesting. Now let's see. There's the Zelensky, and then there was a GOP senator. I mean, I hate watching this GOP shit. After this, we're gonna go over to Black, right, and see how that went yesterday. It's terrible just watching this to some Smith. I'm sorry, Smith. I mean Jack Smith. It's terrible listening to this because, it just kind of shows you how far behind we are. Like, listen, this GOP senator, I mean, I'm sorry, he's saying things, but this is not, if it's not getting rid of Trump right now, like, yo, it's an emergency call. People should be, from the GOP, from every congressional member, should be screaming their lungs out right now to get rid of Trump before the country goes under in flames. And but let's listen to how they approach this. The GOP senators that were there, that were against Trump, because all of them aren't. Many of them are totally with Trump on this.
Spoke with Republican Senator Tom Tillis from Davos earlier today. This was after President Trump's speech, but before
Tom Tillis.
This claim.
He had the nerve to say he supports Trump, but just not on this. Okay, so you're not too bright.
Of a framework of a Greenland deal. And joining me now from Davos is Republican Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina. Senator, thanks so much for joining us. I want to get to your reaction to the speech in a second, but first, since you were in the room to hear President Trump's speech, what was the reaction in the room to what the president had to say?
Well, there was a lot of silence. Of course, I was sitting with the U.S. delegation and the people that traveled with the president. But I saw a lot of quiet hands down during the speech.
What was your reaction to the speech?
Well, you know, I think it was an opportunity missed. Davos, this is the first time I've ever been to Davos, but I'm concerned.
Somebody said, why are you scared to leave the plantation? Yeah, I don't know. What is the plantation? What is the plantation? Are you, okay, Itchy, what state do you live in and who is your healthcare provider? I want to know, did you leave the plantation? That's what I'm going to ask when I want to know if people left the plantation. What state do you live in and who's your healthcare provider?
Many of our allies, our partners, militarily, economically, starting to think that they have to diversify.
All the troll questions, I just sum it up with that. What state do you live in and who's the healthcare provider?
And de-risk from the United States of America. That's very concerning to me. Look, I get the president's goal to get the NATO members up to their commitments, and I'm glad he's done it. He's done an extraordinary job, better than any president since the...
Yeah, that's bullshit. He's out here trying to get Americans killed. In the face of what Carney said, this dude is acting like there's not imminent danger and shit. I mean, I'm telling you.
NATO alliance was forged. But I'm beginning to sense that they're looking at worst case scenarios for the current U.S. posture.
Man, yo, Blake, what's wrong with you, man? Blake, what state do you live in and who is your health care provider, bro? Like, seriously. Yeah, make sure you answering that question right now. Don't make any more comments, Blake, before you answer that question. Also, the other individual in here, who is your health care provider and what state do you live in? Okay, so we can really balance these statements out. Look, it does matter who the president is, Blake, because right now you're living specifically under executive order. That's fucking up your entire life, What the fuck? Pretty much. I mean, how much went through Congress and shit right under this president? Not much. Not much. Look, no, Michigan free medical care. No, let's just stop right there. No. You better understand something here. Congress with the medical care, I agree with that though. Congress is the one. If they hadn't passed some kind of, did they even pass the budget on it? I don't even think they even passed the budget on it yet. Hold on, let me see here. Let me see, just in terms of the healthcare, because it gets very particular in knowing what's going on. But in any case, look, you got ICE on the street, executive order. You have a lot of executive orders. This economy you're dealing with, that's executive order. I think you understand what I'm getting at. So let me see here. Yeah, but hold on. It says Congress has finalized the FY 2026 Labor HHS Appropriations Act, which provides $221 billion to manage programs. Here's the breakdown into what is being funded. What is funded? The Maha Agenda. A significant portion of the budget has been redirected towards the Make America Healthy Again initiative, spearheaded by Secretary Robert Kennedy. Primary care, rural care, the bill, rural health care. The bill prioritized funding to rural hospitals and community health centers to address the chronic disease epidemic. Okay, food and medicine. New dedicated funding has been allocated to. Okay, so this was, when did they pass this? As of January 2023, the healthcare portions of the One Big Beautiful Bill, which was signed into law January 2024, are officially funded and in process of being implemented. Okay, so they're funded. So I hear you on that one, Blake. But just to unilaterally say it doesn't matter who the president is, I don't think that's true, man. With all these executive orders, he got black people off of the goddamn. He did a lot. He fired a whole lot of people himself under executive order, my friend. And those people ain't get their jobs back. You see what I mean? So I don't know what you mean by that. But in any case, let's go on.
Could lead to a disadvantage to the United States. And more importantly, the democratic world is at its best when we're working together, we're trading fairly. I think that the president's right to hold some of the countries accountable. But when you cast them all in the same light, I think it's a mistake. I also think that we have to continue to thank the NATO partners that honored their Article 5 commitment, went to Afghanistan with us, and lost lives in defense of our great country.
Yeah, so there it is. This guy's not worried about the middle class having a home to live in. He's not worried about debt for the middle class. He's not worried about that. He thinks those things are fine and normal, dandy. Now, universal health care is not really an issue. You don't need that. Universal education, you don't need that. Let's keep it all classist and make sure that, the people at the bottom don't ever have a fair chance to get up. Let's keep it that way. He's only worried about the invasion of Greenland. But look, goddamn Tillis, nobody waited on your punk ass. You didn't stop Trump from threatening Greenland one motherfucking bit, because if you really cared, you would be calling for impeachment, which he doesn't really fucking care. Because when you say you're going to when you say you're going to use all your options and people are in fear of your military and you don't stand up and speak loudly, boldly, and clearly in defense of your allies and say impeach Trump, you see what I mean? They figured out you ain't going to do nothing. He's just a person that's going along with many other things. Look, there's different Western values. The United States does not unilaterally share most Western values. Like, look at the democracy. What's the state of the democracy? What's the state of the voting? You know how many people can't even vote just because they've committed a criminal offense, a felony, and they're still being stopped from voting in the United States of America? How many fucking Western countries do you think that's happening in? Do you think that's normal? Do you think having the prison industrial complex the way it is, having people in and out of the prison system their whole lives, and then when you ask them what opportunities did they get when they were free for education, higher education, these kind of things, they would say none. Programs are hard to get into, shit like this. I mean, come on. That's not a Western value to do things that way. And so this guy is okay with all of that shit. He's okay with you having student debt your whole fucking life and being talked down to. He's okay with your family dying just because they paid for health care for 20 years. And then the time when your mama finally got cancer, the health care that she paid into for 20 years didn't even cover it. He's fine with that shit. So thank God nobody in the West gives a fuck what he thinks. Denmark had to say shoot first. They had to say shoot first upon invasion. That was a clear signal. Okay, this motherfucker is like, well, I agree with Trump on a whole lot of things, and he even agrees with buying Greenland, He just don't agree with taking it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what the fuck? He's just part of the same bullshit. I mean, it is scary. It is scary. Let me see here. There's Zelensky. There is Zelensky, the issue over Zelensky in Davos. And look, Ukrainians, I have to say, listen, I'm sorry for what my nation has taken you through with friend not being a friend, friend not being a friend. I truly fear for you. And I also understand, I feel for you too. Like, there's been a lot of disinformation put out there in the net to a lot of American citizens, and a lot of American citizens bought this QAnon shit. They bought the idea that Putin was the good guy. They bought the idea that, if NATO just stopped threatening us, I wouldn't have to invade Ukraine. They bought the idea that, that Ukraine has just always been a part of Russia. They bought that idea, which is also disinformation. They bought all the shit. They didn't even care. Look, American citizens don't even care what the average life for a Russian person fucking is. They're not even interested in knowing, and even in the slightest, which is shameful. It's fucking shameful. How you going to support someone that treats his own people like shit? But here you have it. Of course, how could you do that? Because you voted for a person that treats you like shit, and Trump is treating American citizens like shit. So Ukraine, I'm sorry, it wasn't my choice. If it was my choice, I would not be doing what Trump is doing. And I did agree with how Biden was handling it. Of course, it wasn't perfect. There is no perfect scenario, but I'm definitely agreeing with the EU stepping up and regarding security. But I think how the United States has handled this has been, especially with Trump, has just been just throwing all logic out the window with no care for life, the lives that are being lost, And I consider Trump a traitor, like straight up, to the United States of America. I consider him a traitor myself and his administration, And just understand this. American people like myself, we're under attack just like Ukrainians are by the same entities, that want to hold hand behind the closed doors, Trump and Putin. You see what I mean? So I just wanted to let you know that from my heart,
This week, Ukraine and its people once again endured deadly attacks by Russia. We are approaching 4 years since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the largest European conflict since World War II. Mr. President, you have led your country through one of the most consequential periods in modern European history. Under extraordinary circumstances, Ukraine continues to defend its sovereignty, its democracy, and its people, while engaging the international community on questions that extend far beyond its border. The future of security in Europe, the resilience of democratic societies, the state of the rules-based international order, and the cost of inaction in the face of aggression. In recent months, the United States has taken a central role in advancing diplomatic efforts aimed at ending the war, working closely with Kiev and European partners. These efforts have resulted in a comprehensive 20-point peace plan aimed at laying the foundation for a just and lasting peace. And I know that President Zelensky just met with President Trump, and I hope that was a very, very good meeting. These efforts, as I mentioned, reflect the sustained push grounded in shared values and strategic cooperation to reach and negotiate a resolution that respects Ukraine's territorial integrity and long-term security. It's in this spirit of cooperation and with the urgency for peace that we welcome today a leader whose courage and commitment continue to shape the path forward. I think you see, Mr. President, that we're all ready for your speech and that you also chose to come here in Davos during a very difficult time for you and your people. Welcome, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, everyone remembers the great American film.
Yeah, Zelensky, is a great. If you ask me, I mean, I'm not Ukrainian, obviously, right? But right. I'm sorry about that. I'm about to sneeze. Hold on. Yeah, but Zelensky, I'm not Ukrainian. But if you ask me, my opinion is this, and I'm here to give my opinion. Obviously, it's my show, so that's what folks want me to give, whether they agree or not. But my opinion is that Zelensky is a great hero. He's a hero for his country. You know what I mean? And I'm sure there's more heroes in Ukraine too that are willing to step up. But I have to tell you, from my perspective, a person that's been follows global events, that looks in comprehensively to what is actually happening, the small details, how things are knitted together in reality, historically also. I have to say Zelensky, in my perspective, is the guy's a hero. And, So, I really hope that he's able to break through, because he's been doing the hard work. Like, this man has shown up to work every day, every single day, and despite what the situation on the ground in Ukraine, and he's done wonders to innovate battle, him and his colleagues. But he's not alone, obviously, right? But the generals on the ground, they have done wonders to innovate battle and protecting their country and protecting their people. Of course, it's against a superpower, and it's a precarious situation there on the Black Sea. They're facing an opponent that has no care for the loss of life of his own people. Putin doesn't care about the loss of life of Russians. That's obvious. That's the scariest part, because you can lose 1 million soldiers and this motherfucker still doesn't care how many people die on his own side, let alone anyone else. I mean, so that is a scary situation to be up against. And you're only in that situation when you're on the border of Russia. If you're not a border nation to Russia, you don't know what that kind of situation is like. But I would say, much respect to Zelensky and to his comrades, and it is a travesty what my country has done. Of course, we don't, the party that I'm with, and a lot of Americans don't agree with Trump. Obviously, it's not our choice what's going on, but obviously you could see we have some problems in our country. Our country has been infected by disinformation. Our country has been infected by Putin and Elon Musk, the same one who, the same people that are trying to tear down democracies anywhere that they can find, particularly in the West. So we're allies, in this together. So
Groundhog Day with Bill Murray and Andy McDowell. Yes, but no one would want to live like that, repeating the same thing for weeks, months, and of course for years. And yet, that's exactly how we live now. And it's our life. And every forum like this one proves it. Just last year, here in Davos, I ended my speech with the words, "Europe needs to know how to defend itself." A year has passed and nothing has changed. We are still in a situation where I must say the same words, but why? The answer is not just about the threats that exist or may appear. Each year brings something new for Europe and for the world. Everyone turned attention to Greenland. And it's clear most leaders simply are not sure what to do about it. And it seems like everyone is just waiting for America to cool down on this topic, hoping it will pass away. But what if will not?
This is a very accurate interpretation or description of what is actually going on right here he's given.
What then? There was so much talk about the protests in Iran, but they drowned in blood. The world has not helped enough the Iranian people, and it's true. It has stood aside. In Europe, there was Christmas and New Year celebrations, the seasonal holidays. By the time politicians came back to work and started forming a position, the Ayatollah has already killed thousands. And what will Iran?
And Trump literally told them, to protest. I mean, he literally said, "I will support you. Go out there and protest." And then he turned his back on all these people, So we have a lot of searching to do and investigation to do, because right now the people that claim to want to support democracy, they claim to fight for it, not claim to, are doing it, want their voices heard. People that believe in freedom of thought, freedom of expression, these rights that we typically in the West enjoy, it seems like they're being challenged everywhere, and to to actually encourage, to say, I got your back, and then turn your back. Yo, that is like something totally irresponsible to do. And, it's terrible. I'm glad he's saying that, because a lot of people, I saw this thing with the disinformation about how the disinformation was able to split people on perception. Like, a lot of people thought that Ukrainian situation was different from Palestinian situation, or it's not. These are the same situations going on at the same time. And some people I would see, they would support maybe Ukraine and not take the same amount of interest in Palestine, and vice versa. A lot of people would support Palestine and not take a lot of interest in Ukraine, and not see that these are the same damn dynamics at play. Putin has a lot to do with what's going on in the Middle East. He has a lot to do with Hezbollah. He has a lot to do with Iran. He has a lot to do with who else is it? Hezbollah, Hamas, right? Supplying weapons and all of this stuff. So he's supposed to be at the table trying to make peace. He takes responsibility for this. I'm not saying that they're the only issue in this, or the only problematic forces. But when you arm people, you're arming them to fight, right? And so this dynamic of, this war, anyone could, people, even Palestinians had said, listen, this is not in our favor. Like, we don't want war. We want peace, and people kept supplying the weapons on both sides. You see what I mean? And it's I'm just glad to hear him speak and draw lines between these things,
become after this bloodshed. If the regime survives, it sends a clear signal to every bully: kill enough people and you stay in power. Who in Europe needs that message?
That's exactly what Netanyahu was doing too. Kill enough people and you will stay in power. Like,
to become a reality. And yet Europe hasn't even tried to build its own response. Let's look at the Western Hemisphere. President Trump led an operation in Venezuela, and Maduro was arrested, and there were different opinions about it, but the fact remains: Maduro is on trial in New York. Sorry, but Putin is not on trial.
Bingo. And I hear you. Somebody said, who was that? Lorna said Biden had me pissed off. Yeah, I mean, I think, there's a lot to this. Myself personally, I think, there's a lot to that dynamic. First of all, typically speaking, not saying it's right, but typically you won't see a superpower back down from its allies, and Israel was considered an ally of the U.S. That's the problem there. So typically you would not see that, right, happen. However, when an ally becomes very problematic and shows you time and time again that they're not considering the position you're in, you have an obligation to rein in some of this stuff. And I think the U.S. failed to rein in Netanyahu, like, straight up, like. And we didn't help Israel by doing that, because we only make Israel more hated. You see what I mean? By emboldening, somebody like Netanyahu, it didn't help Israel. Israel's in more danger than ever. So if that was our move, we weren't responsible enough, And but I think what Trump is doing is something different. Like, Trump doesn't give a fuck about Israel or Palestine. He's from the party in America that hates Jews and hates Muslims altogether. So that was even a step worse with Trump. And it's like, God damn, like, and I think a lot of people misinterpreted Trump. That I think a lot of people didn't realize that, listen, if you look at U.S. politics, you would know that the group that Trump is with is the one that hates Jews and Muslims. So why would you think he's going to solve the problem? It doesn't make any sense. And yet people supported it. A lot of people, look, there's Jewish people that supported Trump. There's Palestinians that supported Trump. There's all kinds of people that supported Trump that should not want anybody like Trump just on GP, because his party hates Jews and Muslims in his own fucking country. I mean, what is this? But, I think some things got misinterpreted there. I think also a lot of disinformation tried to pin Kamala Harris to Biden. And that's very disrespectful, because in all respect, no, you can't do that. You have to understand every individual is different, and you don't know what's going to come out of that individual's actions once they get power. Obama did the same thing. Like Obama, they say everybody's in AIPAC. Everybody in AIPAC that receives money from AIPAC doesn't do what AIPAC wants them to do all the time. Obama was one of them. Obama made the deal with Iran. And look what happened when Trump came in. Obama made the deal with Iran. Israel didn't like it. They protested against it. They didn't like it. Trump came along and reversed that deal. So you can't just say AIPAC is like, oh, they control it. No, that's called asymmetric politics. Just because somebody is lobbying you doesn't mean you're going to do what they're saying all the goddamn time. You're still your own president, you know? And I think they underestimated Kamala Harris's position. They tried to tie her to Biden, and look what you got out of it. What you got out of it is Trump. And I truly believe that Kamala Harris actually cared about what was going on with Palestinians and wanted to do something. But in politics, you know, it's not easy to be a woman, first of all, in American politics, the United States American politics. Number two, it's not easy to be a woman of color. Number three, it's not easy in party politics. You know, you have to shut up and play and wait your time. You have to play the game a little bit. And but people, being as though she was a woman, being as though her color, people ain't even people on the left didn't even want to give her a chance. They're like, nah, fuck that. That don't matter. Fuck her. Fuck Kamala Harris. She just the same. Okay, well, that's how you got Trump. That's how you got Trump.
And this is
and we will never know. We will never know what she was planning herself. We will never know. That time has passed now. You know?
Year of the biggest war in Europe since World War II. And the man who started it is not only free.
I don't even know if I pronounced the name right. It's Kamala, right? It's Kamala. But I often mispronounce it. But it's no offense. No offense to anybody.
He is still fighting for his frozen money in Europe. And you know what? He is having some success. It's true. It's Putin who's trying to decide how the frozen Russian assets should be used, not those who have the power to punish him for this war. Thankfully, the EU decided to freeze Russian assets indefinitely, and I'm grateful for that. Thanks Ursula, thanks Antonio, and all the leaders who helped. But when the time came to use those assets to defend against Russian aggression, the decision was blocked. Putin managed to stop Europe, unfortunately. Next point. Because of the America's position, people are now avoiding the topic of the International Criminal Court. And that's understandable. It's American historical position. But at the same time, there is still no real progress on establishing a special tribunal for Russian aggression against Ukraine, against the Ukrainian people. And we have an agreement, it's true. Many meetings have taken place, but still Europe hasn't reached even the point of having a home for the tribunal with staff and actual work happening inside. What's missing? Time or political will. Too often in Europe, something else is always more urgent than justice. Right now, we are working actively with partners on security guarantees, and I'm grateful for that, but those are for after the war ends. Once the ceasefire begins, there will be contingents and joint patrols and partner flags on Ukrainian soil. And that is a very good step and the right signal that UK and France are ready to actually commit their forces on the ground, and there is already a first agreement on that. Thank you, Keir, thanks Emmanuel, and all the leaders in our coalition. And we are doing everything to make sure that our coalition of the willing truly becomes a coalition of action. And again, everyone...
Oh, yeah, you know, Lorna, you know Harris would be more aggressive with defending Ukraine because that's exactly why so much disinformation was put out there about her. I mean, you know, people have to remember, people were trying to say that her great-great-grandfather, all of a sudden, the story is her great-great-grandfather was a slave master in Jamaica. Lie. They tried to play the divide thing. Oh, she's not an American citizen. She's just born in America. Lie. She's an American citizen too. She's born in America and she's an American citizen. And then, just so many lies on top of lies. But these are the same lies they put out there, and people don't understand. A lot of Americans did not understand how this thing works, and then they put out lies about her record. Her record, if you really look into it, and don't get me wrong, I don't care about defending anyone. She's a public figure, a civil servant, so everyone should be able to criticize her service. No question about it. That comes with the territory. But don't lie about it. Lying about it is not criticizing it. It's lying. And being a part of a disinformation campaign where you spread the same amount of disinformation over and over and over, that is not the same thing as criticizing. You're now aiding someone else. And man, you can see a meme on the screen and you think that meme is right. 5 words you think is correct, or one sentence you think is correct, and you never bother to look into it yourself. That's shameful. So anybody who listened to that meme and didn't dig in and look and followed up to investigate themselves, you just learn from the experience, but you don't get another chance to support her. I don't think. I think she understands very well that people's prejudice is what they voted on, not rationality and not information,
Is very positive, but always but the backstop of President Trump is needed. And again, no security guarantees work without the US. But what about the ceasefire itself? Who can help make it happen? Europe loves to discuss the future, but avoids taking action today, action that defines what kind of future we will have. That is the problem. Why can't President Trump stop tankers from the shadow fleet and seize oil, but Europe doesn't?
Right.
Russian oil is being transported right along European shores. That oil funds the war against Ukraine. Mm-hmm. That oil helps destabilize Europe. So Russian oil must be stopped and confiscated and sold for Europe's benefit. Why
Facts.
not?
I agree with that 100%. I think that's coming. I think it's coming.
If Putin has no money, there is no war for Europe. If Europe has money, then it can protect its people. Right now, those tankers are making money for Putin, and that means Russia continues to push its sick agenda.
You know what? I think I would. Friars. Yeah, I saw your question, Friars. Would you support Kamala Harris for president if she ran again? I mean, I think right now it depends on who would be matched with her. That's what matters to me. Who is it? Listen, I'm just telling you this. Whoever it is, whoever is going to be the president and whoever is going to be vice president need to be about anti-corruption, anti-sovereignty acts, acts against sovereignty. They need to be about expelling Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Donald Trump, anyone that went along and benefited with this, went along with this crazy scheme needs to be totally removed from power in the U.S. That means Supreme Court. That means congressional, whoever it is that conspired with him. That means private industry. All of those, they all got to take a hit. And I just think whoever is president has to be a serious bulldog. A person is going to do that. And both president and vice president, they got to be speaking the same language on that. And they also have to be able to speak to the world about the perspective, the American perspective now at this point, for anything to be of use to us in the world, for our allies to gain a little bit of faith, to try to help us a little bit get over this hump, because we will need their help. We're not going to do this alone. Too much has transpired, and what is happening in the U.S. is a threat to global security. It's a threat to the Western world. What they're doing is the main threat at this point. Putin is a little threat. I mean, he's a serious threat, But this shit that's infested in the White House right now is a huge threat. And I won't say who I'm willing to vote for. I'm willing to vote for Kamala Harris. I'm willing to vote for Gavin Newsom. If they want to team up in any way possible, I'm with that also. And I don't care who's number one or who's number two. They need to be a team this time because there's a whole lot of mess to clean up. And I think it needs capable people, though. Experienced people, because you need people that know exactly how to navigate through the law to get rid of these MFers, like for good, and it needs to happen on the Supreme Court level. It needs to happen on the Senate level. It needs to happen on the congressional level. It needs to happen on the private industry level. Like all that shit's got to be cleared out. People that were fired by the Trump administration, they need to be rehired, especially prosecutors, people that were unfairly, fired because of their seemingly political affiliation, even though everyone takes an oath to not be political once they have that job. A lot of shit has to happen. And so you need experienced people. So I wouldn't count out Kamala Harris because she's the only woman that has ever served as the vice president of the United States of America. So as a woman, she has plenty of knowledge. I don't think you're going to find a stronger woman, like seriously. And I'm not saying there's not plenty of other strong women, but she has a serious record in public service, so don't ever, forget that. But Gavin Newsom also has a lot of, it's up in the grabs. I don't know. I don't care. Whoever it is, they need to be on the same page as Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom. Whoever it is need to be on the same page with that. And there's even people that say he's not perfect, but who knows? Let's see. I'm not sure yet.
Next point.
Yeah, do me a favor. Click the like button. Those of you that haven't clicked the like button yet, if you're watching on your TV, grab your remote, click the like button for me, subscribe also, but clicking the like button helps more people come into the stream. For those that don't know me, I'm an American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C. Family on both sides goes back to the colonial period. So I know a lot about America, and I got family all over America. But I live abroad. I live in the EU. I live in Denmark, one of the countries that Trump has, pointed the finger at and said such rude words to and really lied about openly. You know what I'm saying? So I'm here to speak up for my friends and family in Denmark also. And the society as a whole, the fact of the many things that make Danish culture, cultural values and morals what it is today. And one of those things is universal healthcare, universal education, So, so I think that's something we need to implement in the U.S., some Danish values there, you know what I'm saying? So in any case, click the like button for me. I appreciate it.
I've said it before and I'll repeat it again. Europe needs united armed forces that can truly defend Europe. Today, Europe relies only on the belief that if danger comes, NATO will act. But no one has really seen the alliance in action. If Putin decides to take Lithuania or strike Poland.
Listen, this guy is speaking very accurately and straight to the heart. I mean, he's putting everybody on notice right here about, what has to happen. He's showing that he's very aware of all the dynamics at play.
Poland, who will respond? Right now, NATO exists thanks to believe that the United States will act, that it will not stand aside and will help. But what if it doesn't? Believe me, this question is everywhere in the minds of every European leader, and some try to get closer to President Trump, it's true. Some wait, hoping the problem will disappear. Some have started acting, investing in weapons production and etc., building partnerships, getting public support for higher defense spending. But let's remember, until America pressured Europe to spend more on defense, most countries were not even trying to reach 5% of GDP, the minimum needed to ensure security. Europe needs to know how to defend itself. And if you send 30 or 40 soldiers to Greenland, what is that for? What message does it send? What's the message to Putin, to China? And even more importantly, what message does it send to Denmark? The most important, your close ally.
But I don't think, I think they're being very secretive, even Zelensky. I mean, I don't know for sure, but from what I heard and what I've been following, there's way more than 40 Danish soldiers in Greenland, and they've been going there for quite a amount of time, long before this, they were tipped off. They were tipped off a while ago that this was going to. So they've been quietly, sending people there, sending military there. I doubt very seriously whether it's just 40. Like, you might have to multiply that by many, to get the real number. And but I think Zelensky's very smart, because he knows the overall picture is that Europe has to step up now for its own security, and not because Donald Trump says so. Fuck Donald Trump. But because it's a good thing to do right about now, especially because of Donald Trump. I mean, this motherfucker is one of the security threats. You know what I'm saying? So let's get it going, and have no shame in that. I've been seeing military. Listen, I know I'm seeing it when I walk around Copenhagen in Central Station. When I come to the Central Station, every time I come to Central Station, which is regularly, I see Danish troops going to report, people going to actually report to duty, like straight up. Because Europe is definitely building up its capacity. The last few, like 6 months ago, the EU released a lot of funding for weapons manufacturing across Europe to double down on manufacturing. And and countries are buying more weapons and producing more weapons than ever. But I think his sentiment is correct. Like, people that called for the defenses, Barack Obama said that the EU needs to step up in its own defense. Like, and he wasn't pointing the finger at, he wasn't doing the same thing Donald Trump is doing, but what he was doing was underlining that the U.S. Perspective under Obama and prior to that was that Europe is under threat by Putin, and it's in their best interest to bulk up their security apparatus. That was the U.S. security position, and and as you can see, Trump, he politicized that. He was able to step in and now weaponize that idea against people and use it for his own base instead of really use it for the right intentions, which was to aid, and to assist in the creation of an apparatus in the EU, So, yeah. In any case,
you either declare that European bases will protect the region from Russia and China and establish those bases, or you risk not being.
No, Trump didn't get it done. Trump didn't get anything done. I see somebody in there, but Trump got it done. Are you crazy? Trump didn't. What has Trump done? No, you can't take the credit for what someone else does. Someone else did the hard work. And Trump was not the only person who gave out any message before. Not at all. That message has been going on for 25, 30 years, damn near. Okay. That's absolutely incorrect. Trump had nothing to do with it getting done, and he didn't do anything to get it done. All the credit goes to Europe for doing it itself, just like Canada doing it itself, making these changes itself. That wasn't something that they didn't care whether Trump thinks it's okay or not. They did it on their own,
Taken seriously, because 30 or 40 soldiers will not protect anything. And we know what to do. If Russian warships are sailing freely around Greenland, Ukraine can help. We have the expertise and weapons to ensure not one of those ships remains. They can sink near Greenland just as they do near Crimea. No problem. We have the tools and we have people.
Look, damn, he's letting it be known. Shit, we can help handle that problem too. Damn.
For us, the sea is not the first line of defense, so we can take actions, and we know how to fight there if we were asked and if Ukraine were in NATO. But we are not. We would solve this problem with the Russian ships. As for Iran, everyone is waiting to see what America will do. And the world offers nothing, Europe offers nothing, and doesn't not want to enter this issue as the supporter of the Iranian people and the democracy they need.
Zelensky is a seasoned veteran. Like, he is giving a class right now. This dude is giving a class on foreign diplomacy, like straight up.
But when you refuse to help the people fighting for freedom, the consequences return, and they are always negative. Belarus in 2020 is the example. No one helped their people, and now Russian or ethnic missiles are deployed in Belarus within range of most European capitals.
Do me a favor. We got like 400 people watching right now. Do me a favor. Click the like button if you don't mind. If you're watching on your TV, pick up your remote control and hit the like button. Subscribe if you like my channel. I appreciate it.
That would not have happened if the Belarusian people had won in 2020. And we have told our European partners multiple times, act now. Act now against those missiles in Belarus. Missiles are never just decoration. But Europe still remains in Greenland mode. Maybe someday someone will do something. The issue of Russian oil is the same. It's good that many sanctions exist. Russian oil is getting cheaper, but the flow has not stopped. And Russian companies that fund Putin's war machine are still working. And that will not change without more sanctions. And we are grateful for all the pressure put on the aggressor. But let's be honest. Europe must do more so its sanctions block enemies as effectively as American sanctions. Why is that important? Because if Europe is not seen as a global force, if its actions don't scare bad actors, then Europe will always be reacting, catching up with new dangers and attacks. We all see that the forces trying to destroy Europe do not face a single day. They operate freely, even operate inside Europe. Every victor who lives off European money while trying to sell out European interests deserves a smack upside the head. And if he feels comfortable in Moscow, it doesn't mean we should let European capitals become little Moscows. We must remember what separates Russia from all of us. The most fundamental.
Yeah, Edward, I just had to reverse that action you just took. Friars is a good person, man. So let's we in subscriber mode right now, so we can take it pretty much easy. Don't worry. We'll just let some comments roll unless they're totally like out of pocket. But Friars is on our side, y'all. Appreciate it.
Mental line of conflict between Russia and Ukraine and all of Europe is this: Russia fights to devalue people, to make sure that when dictators want to destroy someone, they can. But they must lose power, not gain it. For example, Russia's missiles are produced only because there are ways to bypass sanctions. It's true. Everyone sees how Russia tries to freeze Ukrainians. Now, our people, Ukrainians to death at minus 20 degrees Celsius. But Russia couldn't build any ballistic or cruise missiles without critical components from other countries, and it's not just China. Too often people hide behind the excuse that China helps Russia. Yes, it does. But not only China. Russia gets components from companies in Europe, the United States, and Taiwan. Right now, many are investing in stability around Taiwan. to avoid war, but can Taiwanese companies stop contributing electronics to Russia's war?
Okay.
Fair.
Oh, wow.
thorough
What
and
happened?
Professional investigation.
Wait a second. What the heck just happened?
Of
Sorry.
a killing by a.
What the heck? Okay, hold on. Sorry about that. Damn, Zelensky was giving a class right there.
To help the people fighting for freedom. The consequences return, and they are always negative. Belarus in 2020 is the example. No one helped their people, and now Russian Oreshnik missiles are deployed in Belarus within range of most European capitals. That would not have happened if the Belarusian people had one.
Sorry about that. We were right here now. I'm gonna start it right where we left off. It's right here. I found it.
That will not change without more sanctions. And we are grateful for all the pressure put on the aggressor. But let's be honest. Europe must do more so its sanctions block enemies as effectively as American sanctions. Why is that important? Because if Europe is not seen as a global force, if its actions don't scare bad actors, then Europe will always be reacting, catching up with new dangers and attacks. We all see that the forces trying to destroy Europe do not face a single day. They operate freely, even operate inside Europe. Every victor who lives off European money while trying to sell out European interests deserves a smack upside the head.
Damn!
And if he
what?
feels
you hear that? Oh my goodness, man! What? Why didn't they? How come I didn't see clips of this just ravaging legacy media? You know, the fact that he said this is.
They operate freely, even operate inside Europe. Every victor who lives off European money while trying to sell out European interests deserves a smack upside the head.
Facts. You hear what he's talking about. Everybody that's been doing these little dirty works for Russia under the table in the EU, cyber attacks, all of this shit, even spreading disinformation. You know what I'm saying? What do you deserve?
Freely,
because there have been people arrested for just the disinformation part. They're here, just like they were in the U.S. They had people on the ground, spies on the ground, funding, giving money to organizations to try to get them to use Russian rhetoric, Putin talking points, and they were putting people against each other. They put the Uhuru movement took money. I'll give you an example, which is an organization that says they're anti-colonialism, concerned about Native Americans, concerned about people of color, la, 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 la. That's what they say all the time. They took money from a Russian spy, right? A Russian asset who gave money to other organizations that are anti-people of color, anti women's rights, anti personal rights, these kind of things, like seriously, that are pro-Nazi. Like, seriously, like, folks got to get it together, because and when you make these mistakes, you better admit these goddamn mistakes, because they have profound consequences, you know. And I'm so glad to hear Zelensky saying this, because he's right, man. This shit got to come to an end. This little troll farming, this type of bullshit, there could Elon Musk troll farming, Russia troll farming, all that shit is connected to actual events on the ground. It's also, it works hand in hand with cyber attacks, you know, cutting the pipelines. All of a sudden the trolls get out there and say, yeah, you know who probably did it? It was probably Denmark who cut that line. I heard Denmark didn't want oil and they just blew the whole pipeline up. What the fuck? Like, that's is what they're doing. So they're committing attacks on the ground, and then they have their troll farms go out there and spread the disinformation. And these people, even on the ground, they will give organizations money to get them to take up their talking points. And it may not be totally obvious in the beginning, but if you listen closely, you will hear the talking points. You see what I mean? And yeah, it's sad, but let's hear it again.
We all see then Europe will always be reacting, catching up with new dangers and attacks. We we all see that the forces trying to destroy Europe do not waste a single day. They operate freely, even operate inside Europe. Every victor who lives off European money while trying to sell out European interests deserves a smack upside the head. And if he feels comfortable in Moscow, it doesn't mean we should let European capitals become little Moscows. We must remember what separates Russia from all of us. The most fundamental line of conflict between Russia and Ukraine and all of Europe is this: Russia fights to devalue people, to make sure that when dictators want to destroy someone, they can. But they must lose power, not gain it. For example, Russia's missiles are produced only because there are ways to bypass sanctions. It's true. Everyone sees how Russia tries to freeze Ukrainians. Now, our people, Ukrainians to death at minus 20 degrees Celsius. But Russia couldn't build any ballistic or cruise missiles without critical components from other countries, and it's not just China.
Yo, Eric, I see your comments. Let me take care of Friars. I'm paying attention, but let me you need to either type what he typed, copy his comments if you think he put up an anti-Semitic comment. But please, I'm gonna pay attention to it, but don't worry about it unless it's overt. All right. For the moment, please. All right. Let me see here. In any case, yeah.
Too often people hide behind the excuse that China helps Russia. Yes, it does. But not only China. Russia gets components from companies in Europe, the United States, and Taiwan. Right now, many are investing in stability around Taiwan to avoid war. But can Taiwanese companies stop contributing electronics to Russia's war?
Okay. Fair. I don't know why that keeps doing that. That's so funny how it flips over right here. I'm not sure why it's doing that. It's jumping to the next clip.
Ukraine,
right when he says this. I'm sorry about that, y'all. Every time this just keeps happening. Like, what the hell is going on? Did they not want people to hear this man speak or what? What the hell?
Good that many sanctions exist. Russian oil is getting cheaper, but the flow has not stopped. And Russian companies that fund Putin's war machine are still working. And that will not change. That will not change without more sanctions. And we are grateful for all the pressure put on the aggressor. But let's be honest. Europe must do more so its sanctions block enemies as effectively as American sanctions. Why is that important? Because if Europe is not seen as a global force, if its actions don't scare bad actors, then Europe will always be reacting, catching up with new dangers and attacks. We all see that the forces trying to destroy Europe do not waste a single day. They operate freely, even operate inside Europe. Every victor who lives off European money while trying to sell out European...
Oh, I see what you're saying now. I'm sorry about this. I just need to address the chat real quick, y'all, for the listeners. I'm sorry about this, but I see what you mean now, Edward, the triple right. Okay, let me see. Just for everybody, I'm going to read this off. The term triple, it's not about the term triple. Okay, now it's the echo symbol that's well documented anti-Semitic hate symbol. Okay, so that's I'm gonna put it in the chat to give you an idea of what they're talking about here. And yeah, let me see here. Boom, let's go. This is what they're talking about. Everybody can see when you do this, right? This now, let me read it. As of 2026, here's how these terms are used and understood in digital spaces. The echo symbol, the most common use of triple in an anti-Semitic context is the practice of placing 3 sets of parentheses around a person's name, John Doe, or Jane Doe, right? Parentheses, 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 Jane Doe, parentheses, parentheses, parentheses at the end. The meaning is it is used by neo-Nazi and white supremacists to signal that a person is Jewish or that an organization is Jewish controlled. The origin started from 2014 alt-right podcast called The Daily Shoah. The host would add a literal echo sound effect to Jewish names to make them sound sinister. The parentheses were created to represent that sound effect in text. The logic far-right trolls claim it represents the reverberations or echoes of the supposed Jewish influence through history. So listen, it's possible that that maybe Fries is not aware of that. I wasn't even aware of it, so I'm just going to say that. But I have looked it up here, and for people that want to know more about that, listen, you can let me see. Now, if you want to discuss the legitimacy of that or anything, you feel free to do it. But I would just say if you don't, you don't need to put that, and then the context of what you're saying doesn't mean the same thing. So I would look this. Well, wait a second. This is listed: The Independent, The Guardian, AP News, and Terra News. They've all done articles about this. So in any case, but just keep that in mind, folks. You don't need the parentheses, and then it doesn't sound like there's much of an issue. But I appreciate it, Ed, for bringing that up. Now let's continue here. Let's see.
Interest deserves a smack upside the head.
Yeah. They deserve a smack upside the head. I'm surprised that's not in a lot of places right now, because this is a serious issue, and I think it just speaks to what's going on in the United States right now, for real. Like people that aided the Trump administration, these are the same people that are, they were Russian troll farms. They were Russian spies on the ground in the U.S. They worked within MAGA for a long time. We're not talking about 1 year or just no. This is like 20 years going now to influence the politics in the U.S. Russia capitalized on our right-wing extremists in the U.S. and being a political movement, and that's what's behind that attack on the Capitol. And Trump even said it. Hey, Russia, if you got Hillary's emails, help us. He openly called for Putin to help. So he laid out the red carpet for Putin. He had American soldiers on their knees just to lay down a red carpet for Putin, for a dictator that doesn't even give a goddamn about his own people. A man who's responsible for killing more people than since World War II. What the hell is up with this? So folks need to pay attention. Zelensky's giving a class here.
And if he feels comfortable in Moscow, it doesn't mean we should let European capitals become little Moscows. We must remember what separates Russia from all of us. The most fundamental line of conflict between Russia and Ukraine and all of Europe is this: Russia fights to devalue people, to make sure that when dictators want to destroy someone, they can. But they must lose power, not gain it. For example, Russia's missiles are produced only because there are ways to bypass sanctions. It's true. Everyone sees how Russia tries to freeze Ukrainians. Now, our people, Ukrainians to death at minus 20 degrees Celsius. But Russia couldn't build any ballistic or cruise missiles without critical components from other countries. And it's not just China. Too often people hide behind the excuse that China helps Russia. Yes, it does. But not only China. Russia gets components from companies in Europe, the United States, and Taiwan. Right now, many are investing in stability around Taiwan to avoid war, but can Taiwanese companies stop contributing electronics to Russia's war.
Wow. Wow. I did not know that myself. But
fair.
again, this thing about let me put this thing about a comprehensive understanding about what is going on is very necessary to get through these moments. It does matter, the details. If you don't have a good understanding, a well-rounded understanding of how all the pieces are connected, you're not going to know how to maneuver in this situation, politically or otherwise, or economically, or security wise. You see what I mean? So, it's some difficult times, but I think the EU is in a great position to get over it. But if you don't take the advice of Zelensky and you don't take the advice of Newsom, you're going to experience times that are completely unnecessary and a total waste of money. You see what I mean? And, what is this dude talking about? Yo, man, don't be. Anyway, yeah, I hate to, I don't like to block people in the chat, but in any case, listen, it's good to have diverse opinions, because then we get a chance to talk it out. But look, be serious. Be serious. Name calling is not being serious, and if there's some name calling, let me do it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's my show. But in any case, I don't understand I think Europe is listening, but I think they just don't telegraph. I don't think it's wise to telegraph what you're going to do either. So I think it's all right. And that they handle things the way they're handling it. But I think they need to heed the words of Zelensky and Newsom. And I think those words are profoundly in depth and profoundly true. If you want to preserve what's, European life, and that means different cultures of people together, all of them, you know what I mean? If you want to preserve Danish life and culture, if you want to preserve any of these cultures, people need to pay attention to what's being said here. And, and hopefully that will help people navigate through this shit. But in any case, also Carney, pay attention to what Carney's saying. You know what I mean? Because anytime you have the neighbor of the U.S. taking a stand like that and taking a clear stand, not blinking at all, that's going to matter to you, but in any case, so now, Slava Ukraine, by the way, big up to Zelensky. I mean, I'm impressed every time I get a chance to hear him speak. He does speak with detail. He brings a lot of detail to the table. And I think he's probably one of the stronger, realistic voices that you hear. I'm not saying that many people don't agree with him. A lot of people do agree with him. A lot of leaders, obviously, that's why they're sending weapons there and trying to negotiate some sort of settlement. But it's good to hear a person that has 100% reason for just putting it exactly like it is, without sparing any feelings, without sparing any words. You see what I mean? So big up to Zelensky for doing that, because some of us just got to hear the clean truth of it, so I appreciate that. But now I want to pivot over to Ed asked me, and also I agree with this, pivot over to Jack Smith, because I didn't get a chance to hear Jack Smith's testimony, all of it yesterday. So let me see here. Let me go over to Jack Smith's testimony and then and evaluate this, and then I'm going to call it a day. But let's see here. Here we go. C-SPAN. This is some shit, man. They attacked the man from the beginning, so you're going to have to hear some attacks. Right. And it was a little boring. Some of the attacks were very boring, right? You could say, but they had to do that at the outset. Then they took a pause so that the attacks could sink in. But then they came back and went into session. So there's a lot there. So I'm going to try to find some commentary. But first, I'm going to let the original play here. So let it play out. Now, let me just double check it. How much is this? Right. Here's the whole damn thing. So we're going to let it rock. And I'm going to find some commentary to interject there for here and there for y'all. So enjoy it, y'all. Click the like button, by the way, if you don't mind. Yeah, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Appreciate it. I mean, just think, to give perspective on this. Zelensky's talking about Putin, talking about Russia. Jack Smith, they talking about the same connections, just those connections that were made inside of the United States. Same movement, same complex attack, you could say, comprehensive attack. You know, it exists on many levels. It's in the metasphere, it's in the troll farming, it's in the actions on the ground, like this situation with the Putin fusing with the right wing of the United States of America and with the president even. And it's also in Ukraine, and with the metasphere, the lies about Ukraine always been a part of Russia and la la la, just simplifying that. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? That's just insane. But just simplifying, Russia's the biggest continent on earth, and people don't even know the fact that Russia was a colonial nation and colonized all that shit. That's how it got so big. I mean, it's amazing. But the troll farms will make people forget. You know what I'm saying? You hear a lie long enough, you believe it. You know. Let me see. Let me get this up there.
We welcome everyone to today's hearing on oversight of the Office of Special Counsel Jack Smith. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah, and you know what? But these MAGA people don't agree with that. One nation under God with liberty and justice for all. Let's listen to that again. They don't fucking, this is exactly what they against. It's amazing. Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It didn't say except liberals. It didn't say except the homos. It didn't say except the blackies and the Hispanics and the Jews and the but that's what MAGA. You see what I mean? MAGA's totally against this. You know, they totally against the national anthem, straight up.
We'll begin today's hearing with opening statements. Chair is now recognized for an opening statement. It was always about politics. And to get President Trump, they were willing to do just about anything. January 7th, 2023, Kevin McCarthy becomes Speaker of the House. 16 days later, that, Ron. Jack Smith issues a subpoena for his phone records. Button, y'all. Phone records from 2 years prior for a 2-month time frame, Election Day 2020 to January 7th, 2021. Jack Smith and the Biden Justice Department get the phone records of the top Republican in government, the guy second in line to the president. They know who he called, who called him, when the call took place, and how long it lasted. You can pattern an individual's life. They know who the speaker talked to before big votes, who he talked to after big votes, when he calls his colleagues, when he calls his family. And to add insult to injury, they go to the judge with the subpoena for a gag order on the carrier. So
this is what I was saying. In the onslaught, in the opening, all you hear is this bullshit Republican talking points again, you know, and then they go into recess to let all those bullshit talking points sink in, and then it opens back up again, you know. So this is a clown show in the beginning a little bit, but I got to play a little bit so you can hear it.
AT&T, don't tell your customer.
And keep in mind, these people are siding with Trump right now. So if you're in Europe, if you're listening if you're in Canada, if you're in Greenland, understand this man is siding with Trump right here. He's one of the goddamn fools that's holding the country back, putting the country in recession, you know, making people lose their homes, you know, lose their health care. You know, this is one of the fools there that's part of the problem. Like, straight up, this is an American people pay this man's dental bill. They pay his wife's dental bill. They pay his kids' dental bill. They pay his kids' private school. They pay for their whole lifestyle. And this man is out here, nothing better to do but to lie openly.
The Speaker of the House that you just gave his phone calls to Jack Smith and Joe Biden.
You hear that? He have to mention Joe Biden because the little MAGA metasphere lies don't work without that. It's Joe Biden. Let me say Joe. Did I say Kamala? Did I say Obama? Can I?
Here's the kicker. They say to the court, we need this guy.
Next thing you know, they're going to be like, it's George Washington's fault. You know what I'm saying? It was George Washington. Abraham Lincoln did it.
Order
What the fuck?
because he's a flight risk. Someone might tamper with witnesses or with evidence. Are you kidding me?
And listen, so he's telling you that Jack Smith could have. You don't know because this is obviously rhetoric right here. You know, they're trying to put a spin on what's going on Jack Smith prosecuting Trump for taking thousands of documents, top secret documents, including nuclear secrets out of the White House and bringing it to Mar-a-Lago where Jeffrey Epstein and his friends can kick back and look at the shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, Russian spies were inside of fucking Mar-a-Lago. This is what this guy's capping about. But this is insane because he's admitting something. Listen to what he's admitting. Look at this.
To the court, we need this gag order because he's a flight risk.
Who's a flight risk? So he's admitting that possibly Jack Smith might have thought that someone in Congress was a flight risk regarding these things. And why?
Someone might tamper with witnesses or with evidence. Are you?
Because someone might be tampering with witnesses and with evidence. He's admitting it. You know, of course, he doesn't realize it, but this is the seriousness of what's going on. So this is how deeply entrenched whatever little troll it is inside of the U.S. government. You know, like seriously.
Are you kidding me? The Speaker of the House is going to run? They got my phone records for 2.5 years.
The Speaker of the House is going to run. Now, of course, that's probably exaggerated, but listen, are they not conspiring? Do you trust MAGA Mike Johnson? Did MAGA Mike Johnson come to Copenhagen and assure the Danish public that there will be no forced military force use on Greenland? Did he come to ensure the people of Denmark that, or the people of Greenland that? No, he did not. He did not.
Even the Democrats said this was wrong. But of course,
even the Democrats. So, you know, that's overestimated right there. You know, he's maybe talking about one Democrat and shit in the minority party, you know.
of course, we shouldn't be surprised.
But how many Democrats wanted the Epstein files released and signed an order to have them released? All Democrats did. How many Republicans signed it?
Democrats have been going after President Trump for 10 years, for a decade. And the country should never, ever forget what they did. Over the next few hours.
Like, oh, what about January 6th? January 6th happened right in the middle of that decade. And I mean, and this dude is like, you should never forget what the Democrats did to Trump. Like, what are you talking about, man? The dude called for a fucking insurrection. Like, you see the gaslighting here?
Hours. We're going to hear.
Anyway, so let's just go ahead and get past his bullshit. Let's get to the tasty part. Let's get in there. We're gonna hear Raskin. Raskin talks a little bit, of course, but he's gonna talk later also. So we don't need that necessarily to start it off. But let me see here. I mean, this is some garbage. You know, I hate really hearing this kind of talk. It's insulting to American people. But here, let's hear what Raskin had to say about this bullshit. The first representative was talking. Let's see here.
Professional
this bumper clot. He just had to open the meeting off with 100% cap. Why? Jack Smith's a criminal. He should have never ever thought that anybody would betray their country. How dare he say Trump is a treasonist?
Hodges and Harry Dunn, and I thank them for being here today. Mr. Smith, thank you for appearing before the American people. I'm glad that the committee has finally granted you the same chance to report your findings to the American people that every other special counsel investigating an American president has had.
Yeah, hold on. Somebody in the chat said, Tigerish Ghost, having to subscribe to this to comment. Wow. Okay, well, is that how you feel? See you later. You don't have to subscribe. You don't have to be in the chat. What the fuck? But you here though, so it's something you like. So if you can't hit subscribe because for something you like, you know.
Good chairman started by saying it's all about the politics. Well, maybe for them, but for us, it's all about the rule of law. And who's going to stand by the rule of law and who's going
I ain't got no time for kids.
to oppose it. Now, Mr. Smith, you're one of America's great prosecutors. For nearly 3 decades, you worked for justice under both Republicans and Democrats. The Manhattan DA office, where you prosecuted sex crimes and domestic violence cases.
You know,
Eastern District of New York, where
you're not going to gaslight me on my own channel and shit. I have to subscribe to get in the chat. Wow.
You prosecuted murderers, rapists, gangbangers, and other violent criminals. Leading the public integrity section at the Department of Justice, you brought prosecutions against corrupt public officials across the political spectrum. When you went to The Hague as chief prosecutor in the Kosovo trial, you prosecuted war crimes and crimes against humanity perpetrated against thousands of innocent victims. While others may have devoted their lives to corrupt self-enrichment, you have devoted your life to the rule of law and to public service. You've never been prosecuted for anything. You've never been convicted of anything. As far as I can tell, you've never even been the subject of a disciplinary proceeding over the course of your multi-decade career. But Donald Trump says you're a criminal and you belong in prison. He says you belong in prison, not because you did anything wrong, mind you, but because you did everything right. You pursued the facts, you followed the law, you stuck with extreme caution to every rule of professional responsibility. You had the audacity to do your job. Everybody here knows what you did wrong in Donald Trump's eyes and why he says you belong in prison. You found, and I quote from your sworn testimony before the committee, you found proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results of the 2020 election and to prevent the lawful transfer of power.
Exactly.
When asked whether you believe the evidence was enough to obtain a criminal...
That is serious. That's treasonous. That is treasonous. You know, so this is of the highest criminal order, you know, those acts committed. And I just really hope other countries take the heed. You know, I hope other countries that are concerned about this take heed of how this happened in the United States of America. The spread of disinformation, you know, is one of the things, you know, so just pay attention.
Criminal conviction against Donald Trump at trial, you had a one-word answer. Yes. When asked if Donald Trump was responsible for the violence that took place at the Capitol on January 6th, you said, our view of the evidence was that he caused it and that he exploited it and that it was foreseeable to him. You found that Trump knew he had lost the election. How? Well, his own Attorney General, William Barr, repeatedly told him so and described all of Trump's theories as BS. Trump's top campaign advisors told him he lost the election. Vice President Pence told him he lost the election. More than 60 federal, state, and court decisions, including 8 rendered by judges he appointed to the bench, rejected every outlandish election fraud and corruption claim that he made. Trump himself even privately acknowledged it, gesturing to Joe Biden on TV and saying, quote, "Can you believe I lost to that effing guy?" He knew he lost, but he threw everything into his big lie.
Facts. So you see that, and the machine worked, the metasphere worked, the Russian trolls worked, the Elon Musk trolls worked. That whole thing, disinformation campaign worked even after Trump admitted that he lost. You see, and but then they moved over to, we don't care about that. You're still wrong, you know, and yeah. That's how a lot of American brains are, you know, tweaked right now. Doesn't matter. You're still wrong. Doesn't matter. You're still wrong. No matter what comes up. Same thing with the Epstein files. Doesn't matter. You're wrong. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You know, so we have a group of people in the country that are essentially brainwashed and essentially cannot admit when they have been duped. And those people are not just a danger to Americans. They're a danger to everybody in the West. Because look at what they've done with this power that they got. They have literally attacked everyone in the West.
Which some people, even in this room to this day.
I mean, this is not just an attack on Jack Smith. These motherfuckers try to attack everybody else. like in every way possible, become a threat to everybody's life. I mean, really.
Will stand by and swear by. Well, when the big lie wasn't enough to convince officials like Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, to commit election fraud and just fine Trump 11,780 votes, when it wasn't enough to convince Trump's DOJ to, quote, just call the election corrupt and leave the rest to me and the House Republicans, when it wasn't enough to force Vice President Mike Pence to announce and then exercise lawless powers to reject Electoral College votes and use counterfeit slates to anoint Trump the winner, that's when Trump incited mass violence on January 6th. While more than 140 officers were being brutally assaulted by Trump's mob, while rioters beat them with flagpoles and sprayed them with chemical agents and crushed them in doorways, and while they chanted, "Hang Mike Pence," and chased the vice president out of the Capitol, Trump and his team worked the phones, calling not the National Guard, which was under the direct unilateral control of Donald Trump, but calling members of Congress, urging them to delay certification and to nullify the election results.
Op til 50% rabat på hele siden.
What the heck is going on here? Somebody in the chat asking, is this live? What do you think, man? Look at the goddamn live button. It says live. What the hell you need me to tell you whether it's live? You need me to stop everything to answer your simple-minded ass question? Like, come on, man, get with the program. This is YouTube. What do you think when you see the red? I don't get it. And on top of that, what difference does it make? What difference does it make if it's live or not? What the fuck? What difference does it make? You here. You wanted to be here. It's your choice. You came because you liked it. So what the hell? This is yeah. In any case, let him be in the chat as long as he wants. And when he starts acting up, then, flip the script and time him out.
Ethics rule and DOJ regulation.
Ask some logical questions that have meaning if you want answers.
Decisions were reviewed by the Public Integrity Section. You acted based solely on the facts, the opposite of Donald Trump, who now has purported to take over the Department of Justice. He's in charge of the whole thing under his unitary executive theory, and he acts openly, purely based on political vendetta and motives of personal revenge, and he doesn't deny it. Our colleagues have complained about the special counsel's review of toll records, which are phone records like a phone bill, showing only the timing and duration of calls and containing no content, no substance whatsoever from the calls. But those records were lawfully subpoenaed because Donald Trump made those members of Congress relevant to the investigation. It was Trump who chose to call them to advance his criminal scheme. As you testified, Mr. Smith, if Donald Trump had chosen to call a number of Democratic senators, we would have gotten toll records for them too. I trust our colleagues get them.
Wake Up said, what is the meaning of life? Exactly. That's where these questions are going in the chat. What does tomorrow mean? What happened yesterday? How was I born? Who was my mama? Who's my daddy? How did I get here? It's like, what the fuck?
Point, because America certainly gets the point. There is much Mr. Smith still can't talk about, though we know he badly wants to. His investigation developed what he calls powerful evidence that Trump stole documents containing our country's most sensitive secrets, hoarded them in the ballrooms and the bathrooms of his well-trafficked Mar-a-Lago social club. He showed them off to visitors. And then he obstructed a federal investigation by instructing his attorney to pluck out anything really bad before turning materials over to the FBI and having his staff delete incriminating security tape footage. But today we're not going to hear a lot about that, because you are gagged by an absurd judicial order rendered faithfully by Trump's most servile and sycophantic appointee to the federal bench, Judge Eileen Cannon. This order not only blocks release of Volume 2 of your report, which is unprecedented, about the classified document scam, it also gags you from discussing the report or its contents with us, with America. And so we don't know what's in it, but it must be pretty devastating, because Donald Trump is desperate to keep Mr. Smith or any other DOJ official for all time from ever releasing it to Congress and to the American people.
Yeah, why is the sun out today?
Mr. Smith, if any of our colleagues foolishly choose to attack you and vilify you today. And I know that's not going to happen from some serious prosecutors over there, like Mr. Knott and Mr. Schmidt, who understand what federal prosecutors do and what the rule of law means. But if anybody decides to attack you personally, they will only be revealing their own ignorance of what prosecutors do and their own indifference to what the rule of law requires in America. They will only be stroking the wounded ego of a lawless, twice impeached, convicted felon president who not only unleashed a mob against Congress and his own vice president, but has now pardoned and released into our communities hundreds of extremists, insurrectionists, and cop-beating felons who have proceeded to commit dozens more crimes against the American people since they were pardoned. Mr. Smith, I understand you are a long-distance marathon runner. I read that you're a triathlete who's done more than 100 triathlons and 9 Ironman competitions. You are in the fight for justice and the rule of law for the long distance, for the long haul, and I thank you for that. And we should all try to follow your example.
Yeah, I think Jack Smith also. Thank you, Jack Smith. You know, stand-up guy, you know. And, yeah, our country's under threat, you know. And this guy stood between that threat and the American people. And now he's being prosecuted by this phony-ass Congress that couldn't even fucking demand that the president release the goddamn Epstein files. I mean, they're sitting on their fucking heels while the dude breaks the own law that he signed. You know what I mean? Like, really, this is the state of the U.S. So, you know, there's something, it's pretty sure there's something in those Epstein files that are about Russia. There's something about it that's there. There's also something in those Epstein files that concerns a whole lot of people, probably in Congress, in the Supreme Court, in the Senate, and also this private industry, Elon Musk, Peter Thiel. There's got to be something in there that affects this whole game if they holding on to it that tight.
Testimony today. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back without objection. All of their opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. Mr. Jack Smith was appointed as special counsel.
What's up?
On November 18th, 2022. He served until January 7th, 2025. We welcome our witness today. We'll begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise?
Oh yeah, Trump is coming for Jack Smith. Trump is definitely. Do you think who asked that question? That was Jack. Do you think Trump will come for Jack Smith? He is. He is coming for Jack Smith. He's coming for anybody. Trump is coming for anybody right now, any and every single body, especially people in the United States of America, because they don't have anyone else defending them. You see, ain't nobody else outside of the U.S. got to put up with Trump's shit. That you've seen. Canada is like, fuck off. Denmark's like, fuck off. Everyone is like, fuck off, except they have power to make Trump fuck off. The American people, the power that was supposed to be there protecting them, the Congress and the Senate and the Supreme Court, have vanished. They're only there in pretend right now. Like, you are in danger. The country's in danger, and people's lives are in danger. Even the MAGA people's lives are in danger. They just don't realize it yet.
And raise your right hand.
Okay, so now this is Jack Smith.
You swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
I do.
Let the record reflect that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You can be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. Mr. Smith, you may begin.
Hold on. What the heck?
If you want to get away.
You know, why are they trying to monetize this speech here? That's C-SPAN. I guess, yeah, they got to make money. Somebody's got to pay the bills, right? Everybody that wants to tell the truth and do honest reporting is under threat right now. So I get it. Sorry about that, C-SPAN.
Chairman Jordan.
I'm just getting frustrated and shit, turning against C-SPAN and shit.
Ranking Member Raskin, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss my work as special counsel. I love my country and believe deeply in the core principles upon which it was founded. For nearly 3 decades, I've served as a career prosecutor in both Republican and Democratic administrations. I've handled cases ranging from domestic assault and gang violence to public corruption and election crimes across the United States, and I've prosecuted war crimes overseas. I am not a politician, and I have no partisan loyalties. My career has been dedicated to serving our country by upholding the rule of law. Throughout my public service, my approach has always been the same. Follow the facts and the law without fear or favor. Experienced prosecutors know that specific case outcomes are beyond our control. Our responsibility is to do the right thing, the right way, for the right reasons. These principles have guided me through my career, including as special counsel. I'm proud of the work my team did, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear here today to correct false and misleading narratives about our work. During my tenure as special counsel, we followed Justice Department policies, we observed legal requirements, and took actions based on the facts and the law. I made my decisions without regard to President Trump's political association, activities, beliefs, or candidacy in the 2024 election. President Trump was charged because the evidence established that he willfully broke the law, the very laws he took an oath to uphold. Grand juries in 2 separate districts reached this conclusion based on his actions, as alleged in the indictments they returned. Rather than accept his defeat in the 2020 election, President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results and prevent the lawful transfer of power. After leaving office in January of 21, President Trump illegally kept classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago social club and repeatedly tried to obstruct justice to conceal his continued retention of those documents. Highly sensitive national security information was held in a ballroom and a bathroom.
So just think about this. Not only is this dude mentioned more times than anybody else in the Epstein files, likely. I don't know how many times they say Trump was mentioned in these files. I'm going to dig that up real quick. But at the same time that that's happening, you have, because that's at his hip. That's his main boy. That's part of his whole circumference. Everything in the Epstein files is part of his world, pretty much, Trump's world. Mar-a-Lago and Epstein go hand in hand for many years. So especially at the height of all of this stuff. Now, you have that coupled with the fact that the same man that was at the hip of Jeffrey Epstein and coupled deeply, probably more deeper than anyone else, also is stealing top secret documents, and bringing it back to the same place where the scene of the crime. Mar-a-Lago is really one of the scenes of the crime of Jeffrey Epstein and probably Trump, right? But it's one scene of the crime. It's one of the part where the crimes have been said to occur, right? They say Jeffrey Epstein used to come to Trump to get his girls, and now even more information is coming out where it seems like trafficking may have actually been going on in Mar-a-Lago as well. Now, you hear that the same person is taking thousands of documents out of the U.S. government and just bringing it right back to Mar-a-Lago. Now, what's behind that? You have to know, to me, it's like everything that's behind all of that needs to be revealed before any American can move forward in freedom and being actually free. Everything else is a threat. Keeping all of that shit secret is a threat to the United States of America and a threat to every citizen of the United States. That's my personal view, though.
As I testify before the committee today, I want to be clear. I stand by my decisions as special counsel, including the decision to bring charges against President Trump. Our investigation developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in criminal activity. If asked whether to prosecute a former president based on the same facts today, I would do so regardless of whether that president was a Democrat or a Republican. No one should be above the law in this country, and the law required that he be held to account, so that is what I did. To have done otherwise on the facts of these cases would have been to shirk my duties as a prosecutor and as a public servant, of which I had no intention of doing. I remain grateful for the counsel, judgment, and advice of my team. President Trump has sought to seek revenge against career prosecutors, FBI agents, and support staff simply for having worked on these cases. To vilify and seek retribution against these people is wrong. Those dedicated public servants are the best of us, and it has been a privilege to serve with them. After nearly 30 years of public service, including in international settings, I have seen how the rule of law can erode. My fear is that we have seen the rule of law function in our country for so long that many of us have come to take it for granted.
All right, so check this out. They say as of January 2026, following several massive declassifications, and this is only 1% of the Epstein files, the Department of Justice, Donald Trump's name appears in the Epstein files significantly more than previously known. That means previously known than a few months ago, and a year ago. Okay, the total count depends on whether you are looking at flight logs, internal emails, or the full 23,000-page document cache released throughout 2025, and that's only 1%. The most recent batch of 23,000 pages of records and messages released by the DOJ led Attorney General Pam Bondi. Trump's name reportedly appears hundreds of times, right? Okay, so, but I heard, no, there's more than this. There's more than this now. I think it's been, I think they're saying that it's mentioned way more. Let me just make sure I find that out. But in any case, hold on. I'm going to let this play a bit more, so.
The rule of law is not self-executing. It depends on our collective commitment to apply it. It requires dedicated service on behalf of others, especially when that service is difficult and comes with costs. Our willingness to pay those costs is what tests and defines our commitment to the rule of law and to this wonderful country. Thank you.
Gentlemen, we will now proceed under the 5-minute rule. We have votes coming in any minute now, but I think we'll have time for 3 or 4 members to get their 5-minute questions in before the committee will take a recess to go vote. They are not going to close the vote until we get.
Yeah, they say so far it's 1,500 times so far in the Epstein files. That's only 1%. So I think I understand the logic. So if you times that by 99 more percentages, 1,500 times by 95. That's a whole lot of goddamn times, yo. That's 100,000 over 100. That's 150,000 times. I mean, the potential is 150,000 times Trump's name has been in the Epstein files. I mean, that's a whole lot of. Can you even? I mean, what does that mean? What does that mean?
I know that.
It means guilty.
I know that much. So we will start with.
It means guilty even if you ain't guilty, motherfucker. Like, this is way too much. Even for, I don't even have to understand what you did. You're guilty.
The gentleman from California, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
And dangerous.
Good morning, Mr. Smith. When Attorney General Garland appointed you, he cited the particularly sensitive matters at issue and extraordinary.
Okay, so this is the back and forth now. So you're going to hear some Republicans and you're going to hear some Democrats, and they only have a certain amount of time. So let's go.
Circumstances is the reason for appointing a special counsel. What did you take that to mean?
I mean, yeah, let's ungo that. We ska ungo that. We need to get around this shit. We gonna go around his ass because this is part of the ridiculousness. Like, again, another traitor, another person who's out there literally capping for Trump, right? Individual who is responsible for the decline of the U.S. dollar, responsible for crimes being hidden, the Epstein files, and that's a crime in itself. Just the fact they didn't release it. He is capping for fucking criminals. He may even be one of the criminals at this point, because if you sign a document and you signed the law that says they have to release all the files now, and you can only redact victims' names, period. They should have done it. They're supposed to even give a list of the names that have been removed, any name removed, even of the victim or anybody, and describe who they are and what the reasoning is. Of course, it's in closed sessions. They're supposed to do that, which Democrats are a part of these closed sessions. So they're supposed to do that by law. They didn't do it. So this person is literally doing nothing about the release of the files, while he's questioning Jack Smith's prosecution of Trump.
What I understood that to mean is I was to conduct an independent investigation and come to my own conclusions about whether the facts and the law supported a prosecution.
But clearly he was alluding to the fact that we had an investigation into a leading candidate for president. That was part of the extraordinary circumstances. Would you agree?
Right. So, in other words, the fact that Trump, this is the same thing that went on in the Supreme Court. The fact that he declared that he was running as a candidate is supposedly, blocks. That's supposed to make it different. Like, in other words, if a person's running for president, in that person's view, in that congressperson's view, right, or senator, I think it's Congress, right? Yeah, obviously it's Congress. In his view, the mere fact that you're running to be the president means you can't be investigated for crimes. That's what that means to him, right? And even if it's of the highest order, it doesn't matter if this man has a plan plotted to annihilate all American citizens with a nuclear bomb. It doesn't matter. This man thinks that you're not supposed to investigate
prosecution.
But clearly he was alluding to the fact that we had an investigation into a leading candidate for president. That was part of the extraordinary circumstances. Would you agree?
I will rely on his public statements about that. I understood my role as special counsel was governed by the regulations, which required me to make an independent decision on my own.
So certainly you would agree it was important to approach the investigation with humility and restraint. Is that fair?
Yes, and that's what I sought to do. I sought to
And you thought you possessed those qualities. In fact, you testified at your deposition, quote, "I thought I was the right person for the job." Of course, some disagreed. Constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley, for example, has said, quote, "Jack Smith has a reputation for stretching criminal statutes beyond the breaking point." I assume you disagree with that statement by Professor Turley.
I mean, what is this line of questioning? What does it establish?
I do disagree with that statement. I think my career speaks for itself. I have been.
But that statement was also, and I'm sorry to have to interrupt, I just have a short amount of time. That statement.
Right. So you see, he's not really interested in the answers. He's got to use his time to get his talking points out there. So, we're going to scroll past this asshole. Fuck him. It's like, it's a little too much. Or maybe not. I'm sorry. Let me let it play. Maybe Jack Smith busts him out a little bit.
Do you also disagree with that statement by those justices?
I have conducted my career in a nonpartisan fashion. That particular case, the legal position that the department took, that wasn't my personal position. That was the position of the department.
I see. So, Mr. Smith, I've had the opportunity during my time on this committee to review the work of two special counsels, John Durham, appointed during the Trump administration, and Robert Hur during the Biden administration. And in both cases, they seem to exhibit that humility and restraint that we talked about.
No.
But in reviewing in detail the way you conducted this investigation, I see a very different mode of operation. One that sought maximum litigation advantage at every turn, one that repeatedly circumvented constitutional limitations to the point that you had to be reined in again and again throughout the process. For example, shortly after you became Senator.
Look, just imagine this. If you're listening in Europe, if you in Europe, if you in Canada, if you outside of the U.S. listening anywhere in the world, look at Donald J. Trump and then look at this guy tell the world through C-SPAN, through these congressional televised hearings that Jack Smith have to be reined in. What the fuck? Look at your president, motherfucker. Like, goddamn, what the fuck? There should be no one else more important to question in any fucking hearing right now than Trump himself. And these like questioning Jack Smith for trying to prosecute and investigate a man who took thousands of goddamn top secret documents out of the White House, brought him to Mar-a-Lago, the same place where a sex trafficking ring basically made their second home out of. He's worried about Jack Smith investigating that, and he's not worried about Trump at all.
Special counsel, you issued a subpoena for the phone records of the Speaker of the House of Representatives over a 2-month period, along with.
He's talking about reining in Jack Smith.
other senators and representatives, even though the public integrity section at DOJ cited litigation risk to doing this. What was that litigation risk?
Yeah, that was another dumbass question. What the fuck? What's his line of questioning? I'm trying to fucking figure it out. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, why is he talking about shit that's not important? He's asking them shit like, hey, well, was there a reason why the Cheetos bowl was on the table at the time that they all sat down at the dinner meeting? I mean, what does that have to do with it? Did you bother to look into that, or didn't you find that out of place? Like, what the fuck is these questions? It's crazy.
With respect to the toll record subpoenas that we issued, they were approved by the Public Integrity Section. The Public Integrity Section, in approving those subpoenas, noted the fact that the subpoenas were for records for people who were not targets of our investigation.
But they said there was a litigation risk and you moved forward with it anyway. And not only that, but you also...
But shouldn't you have removed the Cheeto bowl before everyone sat down is the question.
also sought orders from judges, making it so those who were having their records seized would not know about it. And you even didn't tell those judges that it was
He's making a conspiracy out of nothing.
Members of Congress whose
look, he's even smiling. He got this smirk on his face. Look at this smirk on his face as he says this. He doesn't even believe this shit himself. Look at this.
Those subpoenas noted the fact that the subpoenas were for records for people who were not targets of our investigation.
But they said there was a litigation risk and you moved forward with it anyway. And not only that, but you
Look.
also sought orders from judges, making it so those who were having their records seized would not know about it. And you even didn't tell those judges that it was members of Congress whose records you were going after in apparent contrast.
Look, this is an investigation. Look, so they're playing this little game here. So you have all of this bullshit happening on the highest levels. And now, instead of just do your job, you're supposed to tell judges things judges don't even want to know or need to know. Like, that is bizarre. This question right here, you see, and if you're an American citizen, you should be totally against what this man is suggesting. Like, straight up, he's talking about the removal of all checks and balances from a democratic society. Those checks and balances that maintain safety for everyone. You know, this is, I mean, I'm surprised he even have the nerve to even suggest this, you know, but.
Prevention of a federal statute saying that a telephone provider for a Senate office shall not be barred from providing notice that the records had been requested. Now, if you sought to do that today, would you be able to get away with that, with asking the judges for a non-disclosure order without telling them these are members of Congress?
When we
it doesn't matter.
Secured these toll record subpoenas, it was done consistent with department policy. You're correct in that that policy has since changed.
They changed the policy based upon the actions that you took. Similarly, you issued a gag order against President Trump that the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals.
But that doesn't, what is he talking about? So the man followed the law. Just because the law is changed now because he did that, right? And of course, they're talking about things like who called who at what time, and they're talking about January 6th, right? The events, trying to establish what actually happened with President Trump when he called for these people to go up to the Capitol and waited 4 hours before he told these people to stop, right? They're trying to figure out who was communicating with Trump, right? Not just congressional members, but anyone, including non-congressional members, including non-senators, all kinds of other people. And in those records that were collected, some of the people happened to be congressional members and senators that was talking to Trump about this, and they wanted to know what happened on January 6th. And many of those senators today said they were trying to talk Trump out of it. They tried to say different things. Many of them qualified this in testimony already. So this guy is doing a big hocus pocus out here for the world, and it's a shame. It's a shame because instead of him wanting to impeach Trump, a danger to the United States of America, instead of him wanting to impeach Elon Musk, a danger to the United States of America, just like Europe said he's a danger to Europe. Yes, he's a danger to the United States of America. You're seeing it play out. Instead of this guy trying to get people health care, right, get them from getting thrown out of their homes because this economy has gone down and this president is firing loads of fucking people just because of their color, just because of their ethnicity, just because of their sexuality, just because of their gender. Yes, this regime has done those things. Instead of defending those people who are taxpayers and people whose families have sacrificed for the United States of America in blood also, instead of fucking defending them, he's over here questioning the motherfucker for doing his job, for saying, yo, this criminal shit going on here and we need to know what's going on or we are in danger. He's questioning that.
Vacated as overbroad, is that correct?
No, it ain't correct. I didn't even hear the question, but no.
Well, the D.C. Court of Appeals, in passing on that order, found that it was justified. They narrowed the order, but they confirmed that the phenomenon...
They narrowed the order because it was overbroad. In addition to that, you sought an early trial...
Look at this. Look at this. This dude is totally hostile towards the man.
...date that the district
He just cut him off.
...rejected. And when you presented your prosecution memo to Attorney General Garland, it's been reported that he was visibly unimpressed and...
So they only have 5 minutes just to explain this to people. This is not a courtroom. In a courtroom, you have the right to answer your question. You know, you have more rights. He would not be cut off. You know what I mean? He would, you know, but in this hearing, he can be cut off at any time. Boom. Why? Because it's really the congressional member's time. So he can cut off the person he's asking at any moment he wants. Someone else has to demand that he at least gets to answer the question fully later. But right now, it has to play out the way it is, basically.
Express First Amendment concerns. So, Mr.
In other words, it's not the same as a courtroom.
Smith, looking at the record, I see that you were reversed and rebuked by the Department of Justice itself, by the Attorney General, by the Solicitor General, by multiple district court justices, judges, by the Court of Appeals, and by the U.S. Supreme Court itself. So my final question is, do you believe that you made any mistakes? Do you have any regrets as to how you conducted this investigation?
If I have any regret, it would be not expressing enough appreciation for my staff who work so hard in these investigations.
Wow.
We followed the facts and the law. These people who work for me sacrificed endlessly and have endured way too much for just doing their job. So if anything, I wish that I had thanked them.
I'm the gentleman.
So no mistakes. There's that humility. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Yeah, the time the gentleman's right. The chair now recognizes the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the good gentleman from California certainly knows, because he was a student of mine, that lawyers go to court and sometimes they win motions and sometimes they lose motions, and there's no crime in any of that. And I'm just sorry that you had to be lectured about humility and restraint by a politician, because we might not be best poised to lecture you on those particular virtues. But let's go to the toll record, since that's been raised, Mr. Smith. First of all, Congress has allowed toll records to be subpoenaed. This committee has actually tried to limit it over the years, and the senators who are whining the most over on the Republican side in the Senate, they never went along with our determination to try to limit the government's ability to subpoena toll records. So it's perfectly lawful what you did. Explain, why did you want those toll records?
Op til 50% rabat.
Oops. Yeah, explain. He gives I mean, you know, for those that don't know, it was to stop a crime, and they needed to know what was going on with Trump. Trump was center to the activities on January 6th. And so knowing who communicated with him and what was going on around Trump when the Capitol was being invaded and people were threatening to kill the vice president and people were threatening to kill members of Congress, it was important to know who made that happen that day. So a lot of people got investigated, and they needed to know that, you know, since Trump is the one who told them to go there, literally in a speech right down the street before they went there, it's only natural that you would want to know, well, why did he do that? Oh, did it stop? Sorry.
Did limit the government's ability to subpoena toll records. So it's perfectly lawful what you did. Explain, why did you want those toll records?
We wanted to conduct a thorough investigation of the matters that was assigned to me, including attempts to interfere with the lawful transfer of power. The conspiracy that we were investigating, it was relevant to get toll records to understand the scope of that conspiracy, who they were seeking to coerce, who they were seeking to influence, who was seeking to help them.
And that's normal investigative practice, right?
In conducting a criminal investigation, securing non-content toll records, as you described, is a common practice in almost any complex conspiracy.
Okay, let's go to something else.
In other words, you can't assume to know who's involved when you don't investigate. In other words, when you're investigating a murder, you don't just start off by discounting people. Why? Because the facts will tell you everything you need to know, not the people. The witness doesn't tell you the truth. The facts tell you the truth. You see what I mean? So you need not just assume nobody's involved around the president, right? That's, this is ridiculous.
Over the last week by our colleagues, as they've eagerly anticipated your arrival here, they've been saying that there's some kind of First Amendment defense that Donald Trump would have had to the crimes you indicted him for. Is there a valid First Amendment defense to defrauding the public? Is there a valid First Amendment defense to disrupting a federal proceeding? Is there a valid First Amendment defense to violating the voting rights of the people and cheating the public out of a fair election?
The First Amendment is something that we took seriously in our investigation. But the First Amendment does not protect speech that facilitates a crime. Speech that is used to facilitate a crime, a fraud crime in particular, is not protected under the First Amendment. The Supreme Court precedent on that is clear. This is an issue that we litigated before the district court, and the district court ruled, as I just stated, that it is not in fact protected.
And the case law is perfectly clear on this, right? All frauds are perpetrated by speech, right?
Yes.
All conspiracies are perpetrated by speech. So just because your criminal conduct is brigaded with speech doesn't somehow mean you've got a First Amendment defense against trying to overthrow the government. I mean, the people who attacked the police officers on January 6th were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." I suppose that was political speech, or they were saying, "Stop the steal." Does that mean they've got a First Amendment defense to violent assault against the officers?
Right.
It does not.
William Barr, by the way, was somebody who was perfectly clear about that. Donald Trump's own attorney general said, there's no freedom of speech that you have to engage in a conspiracy, to overthrow an election, to commit crime. He was perfectly clear about that. Back in those days, in fact, lots of people on that side of the aisle, including my good friend, the chairman, denounced the violence that took place on January 6th. The cat's got their tongue these days. My friend Chairman Jordan said, what happened last week was terrible, was tragic. It's as wrong can be, he said. Republicans, we know all political violence is wrong. I asked my friend Chairman Jordan at a rules hearing, are you also not interested in what happened to us on January 6th? He said, of course, everyone's interested in holding people accountable who did wrong. The FBI is doing that. The Justice Department is doing that, appropriately so. What do you think about the attack on the Department of Justice and the special counsel for doing your jobs?
I think the attack is unjustified. I think the people who worked with me as career public servants are people, they're part of the reason I've been a prosecutor for so long is to work with people like that, not just the prosecutors in my office, but also the agents, FBI agents who are heroes, who have served their country not only as agents, but also overseas. I think those attacks are unwarranted based on the facts, and I think that they have no basis in who we are as Americans, as a country. I don't see attacking people like that as anything appropriate.
Thank you, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Smith, is Cassidy Hutchinson
I see you guys' comments and ladies' comments. Norm, you said Jack Smith is just brilliant and so calculated and exact with his responses. He's so smart. This country needs him. Absolutely, I agree, and I agree with his response, how he's responding. Because listen, this comes down to reasoning. This is something you have to just focus on, be calm in analyzing, and understand that this man is not only aware of the information, the details, but he's also aware that it's very dangerous times, and he has to speak smoothly, accurately, and consistently. Just get that truth through so it can sink in people's brains. You know what I mean? Because and the dude is telling people the facts, and if you're expecting the truth to come out of some of these lambastic Republicans doing these circus tricks and playing games, like, listen, you need to just listen to this man telling you the cold facts of it accurately, calmly, because you may not hear it. You're not going to get it from the Republicans. So just consider that.
She was their star witness.
I mean, this comes down to your reasoning skills. Are you a crazy person, or are you intelligent enough to realize you're in danger and this man is telling you the facts? It's just simple. He's only speaking to the sane people. If you want to be insane, you go right ahead. But the sane people that understand what sanity is and reason is, understand that man meant damn well what he was saying, and he's trying to save this goddamn country. Unfortunately, some people are only going to listen to somebody that does something derogatory, sadly.
January 6th committee, their star witness in one of those staged and choreographed hearings they paid the former president of ABC News to put together. She was, in fact, the only witness at this special prime time hearing, Tuesday, June 28th, 2022, 8 o'clock in the evening, and she told some stories. I mean, these were some stories. She talked about President lunged across the back seat, grabbed the steering wheel, tried to drive the car to the Capitol. And I just want to know, you think she was lying?
Chairman Jordan, my assessment of that particular issue is that with respect to the testimony about the president lunging towards the driver, my recollection of her testimony.
This is so funny right here. This is so funny, this questioning, because first of all, the congressperson that's asking him the question wasn't there, doesn't actually know. Right? But he's asking Jack Smith, do you believe she was lying? And listen to Jack Smith's answer.
About that is that it was secondhand. She had said she'd heard a particular issue.
Steering wheel, tried to drive the car to the Capitol. Special prime time hearing, Tuesday, June 28th, 2022, 8 o'clock in the evening, and she told some stories. I mean,
how does he know that these were stories? How does he know? How does he know? He wasn't there.
I mean, these were some stories. She talked about President lunged across the back seat, grabbed the steering wheel, tried to drive the car to the Capitol. And I just want to know, you think she was lying?
Chairman Jordan, my assessment of that particular issue is that with respect to the testimony about the president lunging towards the driver, my recollection of her testimony about that is that it was secondhand. She had said she'd heard that from somebody.
You familiar with the name Tony?
Right. So there it is. How can you ask her if you believe she's lying? What relevance does that have? No, because she's saying it was secondhand. She says she heard it. So how would he know if he heard that or not? You see how manipulative that is? She doesn't have to be lying for it to change much, The point is, if you weren't there, how do you know who's lying? Right? If you weren't there, how do you know if it's a question of who's lying, if you weren't there, how do you know? Do you think it's the limousine driver? Do you think it's her? It has to be one of them that's lying. Either the limousine driver who said it wasn't true, either he's telling the truth and the other woman doesn't know, maybe, but she could have still heard that. Do you see what I mean? Now, but in either case, how do you know? Is it a limousine driver that, let's say, is covering for Trump? Is it a limousine driver that's not covering for Trump? How do you know if you're not there? And what level of concern should you have? For example, Would you trust Kash Patel? Would you trust Pam Bondi with the Epstein files? Well, they work for Trump. They work for the government. Are they following the law? No, they're not following the law. So why would you trust them? So in that case, would they do the same with something like this in covering up another scandal or another story related to Jan 6? That's what the question is really about. And so, but it's funny that he found this so interesting, this little thing, you know?
Chairman Jordan, my assessment of that particular issue is that with respect to the testimony about someone the president lunging towards the driver, my recollection of her testimony about that is that it was secondhand. She said she'd heard that from somebody.
You familiar with the name Tony Ornato?
Yeah, all that means is that's somebody's description of what they witnessed. Maybe it's not as much of a lunge as one person might think, but maybe that means something else. Maybe they reacted. Maybe the president gestured. Maybe the driver doesn't believe he lunged, but it could still be something there. You see what I mean? To be concerned about.
I'm sorry.
You familiar with the name Tony Ornato?
Yes.
White House Deputy Chief of Operations, Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations, right? You
Yeah,
remember?
it could be innuendo also. It could be innuendo, definitely, which is why Jack Smith said, right, that she testified that that's what she overheard. So is that innuendo, the fact that she overheard it? And she said she overheard it? How would anyone know if you're not there? That's the issue, at play.
You remember what he said about it?
As I sit here right now, I do not.
Yeah, he said it didn't happen. How about Bobby Engel? You familiar with that name?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, he said it didn't happen. But so why are you believing one person over the other? One person said it happened. The other person said it didn't happen. Who are those people? Do they work for the government? What capacity were they around? What capacity were they working in when this came about? You see what I mean? Like, so again, it's like, I don't understand it, because if one person says that they heard that, we should be concerned about the natural question to me would be like, who told you that? I would like to hear who told you. It wouldn't be to, hey, she's wrong, she's lying. If you don't hear about the person who told her, then how do you know she's lying? At the very least, you would have to, maybe she made a mistake. But if you don't ever talk to the person that told her, if you don't even mention what the person, anything about that, it's, it's up in the air.
Service agent who was actually in the car that day, you know what he said? He said it didn't happen. And they both said the first time they ever heard this story was when Ms. Hutchinson testified in the primetime hearing as their star witness of the January 6th committee. By the way, did you ever confirm her testimony about this particular incident?
I'm curious if she was even a part of the investigation, the way he's talking. I mean, that's what I want to hear him ask. Like, Jack Smith, was her testimony or her words ever part of your investigation? Of course it would be a part of the investigation, but, I'm just curious, like, why does Jack Smith have to believe that or not to believe it for it to matter in this case? See, this is what I don't get, because the motherfucker really did take thousands of documents out of the White House. He really did tell a mob to go to the Capitol. And he really did tell that mob that your country won't survive. You won't have a country if you don't go down there and stop this vote, basically. So what is the questioning about? It's just it's weird.
We conducted, as I said before, our own independent investigation of all aspects of the case that we thought was relevant.
Mm-hmm.
We, attorneys from my office.
Did you ever confirm it? That's a simple question.
Well, we interviewed, or I should say attorneys in my office before.
Did you ever confirm the president leaping across the seat, grabbing the steering wheel, this whole concoction she brought up in the January 6th hearing? Did you ever confirm that?
Right. We interviewed another firsthand witness who was in the car, who did not confirm that had happened, but also
in your deposition to the committee last month,
Mr.
Smith.
He doesn't want you to hear the reasoning. So he's never said that he believed it. He's actually saying that they interviewed another witness that said that it didn't happen, that was in the car, right? So, but what is the point? What's the point? What is the point? You know, so what they're doing is they're saying that if President Trump did not lunge over the car, right, that means he's not part of a conspiracy to overturn the elections. This is essentially what he's saying, which is like, okay, I don't get that part. I don't get that.
You said this. My recollection with Ms. Hutchinson was a number of the things that she gave evidence on were secondhand hearsay. You remember making that statement to us last month in the deposition?
I did, and I was referring particularly to what...
You know, I mean, I understand he's trying to draw people away from some other core facts that matter, essentially. So this is going to become his distraction, you know, essentially. What did the lady say in the car? Was it true what she said? Like, hold on. There's there's thousands of other events going on around January 6th, and this dude's stuck on this lady and shit.
What we're talking about now.
Yeah, and you also said Ms. Hutchinson regarding this particular claim was a second or even third-hand witness. We asked you, if you were a defense attorney, how would you handle cross-examining her if she was on the witness stand? And you said, if I were a defense attorney and Ms. Hutchinson were a witness, the first thing I would do was seek to preclude her testimony because it was hearsay. You remember saying all that?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
That's correct, right?
Damn,
we're going to put her on
and
the
look,
witness.
He's really after the lady too. It's like, what about her? Damn, he used this much time.
Stand if you ever got to trial.
This is another case of the bitch is lying. This is the constant MAGA perspective. She's lying, man. It's her. It's the woman. She's the one. I told you, man. I told you don't trust women. They shouldn't be allowed to vote. They're supposed to be. This is literally it. This is the same thing that happened every time. Every single time with these Republicans. There's a woman. Ghislaine Maxwell took the fall for Epstein and Trump. You know, everywhere. It's always the woman that they're going after. It's crazy. You know, it's like they're going to demonize the woman. Oh, man.
We had not made final determinations as to who we were going to call as a witness. We had a large...
You were still considering her?
We had a large...
Look at that. He's like, you were still considering her? How come that seems to be MAGA? Mike Johnson does that. Jordan's doing that now. Look, somebody said, who said that? Ask Jordan if he knows the name of Tito Vasquez. He is one of the wrestlers that spoke to Jordan personally about being sexually abused by a team doctor. Damn. That's deep.
Choice of witnesses in this case.
Are you familiar with what Washington Post reporters Carol Leonnig and Aaron Davis said in their book? They did this book, 300-some pages book on chronicling the whole investigation of the Justice Department. And here's what they said on page 310. They said Jack Smith had wondered whether some of Hutchinson's claims might be relied upon at trial. Still, at one point, Smith told the elections team he wasn't ready to give up on Hutchinson's account. Ultimately, however, Trump administration officials uniformly, fiercely disputed her accounts under oath. Prosecutors on your team told Smith they wouldn't want to use Hutchinson as a witness in court, and Smith agreed. Are Carol Leonnig and Aaron Davis, who wrote this, are they lying?
But again, this all is about whether Trump lunged at the driver. That's all this is about. So in other words, just that one thing changes his whole mind about everything. No, Trump didn't. Why would a woman say that he lunged at the steering wheel while saying, you're going to go to the Capitol? Why doesn't he say, did Trump request to go to the Capitol? Yes, y'all. Listen, let's just look this up right now just to give some perspective on it. Okay. Because I don't like to assume everything, but I do believe I heard that Trump he may not have lunged, but he did request to go to the Capitol. Let me see. Let me just look it up. Maybe he didn't. Maybe it's something else, but it's better to review it, the facts, see what media legacy, or see what the journalists are reporting on that. Did Trump ask his limousine driver to go to the Capitol? I mean, of course he did. Obviously, you know, it's just obvious. You know, the man was on his way there and stopped for some reason. So he told the crowd to go. So what the fuck? What is the point? That's what I don't get. He told the damn crowd to go. I mean, and Jim Jordan is just like, but the woman said he lunged. Why would she say that? If he didn't lunge, you know, let's find out if he just said go to the. Let's find out if he just said the words, go to the Capitol, driver. Let's hear that part. I mean, is it rolling? Where is it at? Okay, here it is.
The question of whether Donald Trump ordered his driver to take him to the Capitol on January 6, 2021, was a major point of contention during the House January 6 committee hearings. The story is defined by two very different accounts, one from a high-profile whistleblower and another from the Secret Service agents who were actually in the car. 1. The Cassidy Hutchinson testimony. In June 2022, former White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson provided explosive testimony. She claimed that she was told by Tony Ornato, then White House Deputy Chief of Staff, that a dramatic physical confrontation occurred inside the presidential SUV, often referred to as the Beast, after Trump finished his speech at the Ellipse. The claim: Hutchinson testified that Trump was irate when told he could not go to the Capitol for security reasons. She alleged he said, "I'm the effing president, take me up to the Capitol now," and then reportedly lunged at the steering wheel and the neck of Secret Service agent Bobby Engel. 2. The driver's counter testimony, released 2024-2025, in March 2024, and later in the massive 2025 Transparency Act declassifications, the transcribed interviews of the actual Secret Service agents were released. These accounts significantly contradicted Hutchinson's third-hand story, insistent but not violent. The unnamed Secret Service agent who was driving the vehicle confirmed that Trump was insistent and vocal about wanting to go to the Capitol. He noted that Trump's voice was raised and he was clearly irritated. "No, lunge," the driver explicitly testified.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, y'all? What the hell is going on here, man? This dude is literally up here. Look, he's literally here asking all these questions about did he tell him, did he lunge at the driver or not? Did he lunge at the driver? Goddammit, tell us. And listen to the facts. The facts show you this dude is fucking with everybody's goddamn time. Listen.
I did not see him reach. He never grabbed the steering wheel.
He said he was insistent and he never saw him reach or lunge. So this guy is worried about the lunging when the whole point is, did Trump insist on going to the Capitol or not? And how insistent was it? Was he? Listen to this bullshit. Listen, oh my God, this is just all this goddamn time used on this one little thing. Listen to this dude. This is his main point. And listen, American people pay his dental bill. They pay his kid's dental bill. They pay his wife's dental bill or his spouse's dental bill. Excuse me. Right. They pay for his kid's education, his whatever lifestyle they have. Taxpayers are paying for it. And this dude spent this much goddamn taxpayer time on this one little question that is for no purpose.
Wheel, this whole concoction she brought up in the
look at this.
Attorneys from my office.
Did you ever confirm it? That's a simple question.
Well, we interviewed her, I should say, attorneys in my office.
Did you ever confirm the president leaping across the seat, grabbing the steering wheel, this whole concoction she brought up in the January 6th hearing? Did you ever confirm that?
Right. We interviewed another firsthand witness who was in the car who did not confirm that had happened, but also
in your deposition to the committee last month, Mr. Smith, you said this: my recollection with Ms. Hutchinson was a number of the things that she gave evidence on were secondhand hearsay. You remember making that statement to us last month in the deposition?
I did, and I was referring particularly to what we're talking about now.
Yeah, and you also said Ms. Hutchinson, regarding this particular claim, was a second or even third-hand witness. We asked you, if you were a defense attorney, how would you handle cross-examining her if she was on the witness stand? And you said, if I were a defense attorney and Ms. Hutchinson were a witness, the first thing I would do was seek to preclude her testimony because it was hearsay. You remember?
Okay, so you know what I would do after I did that? Right, immediately, the second thing I would do is ask people to preclude her testimony. Why? Because we got testimony of another witness, and here it is.
I didn't see him lunge to try to get into the front seat at all. Bobby Engel's account. Agent Bobby Engel also refuted the claim that Trump lunged at his throat, stating that while the president was angry, there was no physical altercation.
Hello? The dude was angry. Would it be better if you just said he was angry and insistent that he go to the Capitol? But they said the woman said she heard he lunged. And this dude is sitting up there asking all these questions. Listen.
3. The 2026 context. As of early 2026, these records have been used by the current administration and its allies to argue that the January 6th committee cherry-picked testimony to create a more damaging narrative.
Could this be nothing? This is a total utter lie. So you already heard. They're griping over the difference between did he lunge or was he angry and smash his fist down and say, God motherfucking damn it, you better go to the Capitol. They don't care about that part. They just like, he didn't lunge. No, he banged his foot on the table. He kicked his feet. He scratched the motherfucking car leather off. It's like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? It's like, this is really what the taxpayers get. And everybody needs to see this. Europe, look at this. This is what's going on in the United States Capitol. You're in fucking danger. Like, just remember, you have to defend yourselves right now because this is what's going on in the United States Capitol. They're literally trying to prosecute a man who did his job to keep the country safe. You need to help us. I'm going to do a Trump thing here. Europe, if you're listening, please help us out with this shit. Please help us liberals, help us Americans, and even the ones that were conservative, some of y'all, please help us. Please uncover the Epstein files and release them. Please, Europe, uncover the Epstein files and release them. Please. Canada, can you do that for us? Help us out, please. Mexico, can you help us release the Epstein files? Can we get through this? Please help us out. We need your help desperately. Please. Yeah. That's exactly. Trump went and asked Putin to get some emails from Hillary Clinton. So now, fuck it. That was legal. I want Canada to help us solve this problem. I want the EU to help us solve this problem in the United States. Because us citizens, we're fucked right now with this type of leadership.
Remember saying all that?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
That's correct, right? Were you going to put her on the witness stand if you ever got to trial?
We had not made final determinations as to who we were going to call as a witness.
Let me just speed this part up because we heard this. Let me speed this up and get to the next questions. Let me see here. Yeah, because right, I understand people have time issues too. Also me, I got some time issues. So let's go.
You're still considering her?
We had a large choice of witnesses in this case.
Are you familiar with what Washington Post reporters Carol Leonnig and Aaron Davis said in their book? They did this book, 300-some pages book on
Jim Jordan, the hoax, the walking hoax. Jim Jordan.
And the whole investigation of the Justice Department. And here's what they said on page
Mr. Clown himself.
310. They said Jack Smith had wondered whether some of Hutchinson's claims
not to be confused with Michael Jordan. No.
might be relied upon at trial. Still, at one point, Smith told the elections team he wasn't ready to give up on Hutchinson's account. Ultimately, however, Trump administration officials uniformly, fiercely disputed her accounts under oath. Prosecutors on your team told Smith they wouldn't want to use Hutchinson as a
I got to speed this shit up for the cap. This motherfucker is just stuck on this cap moment right here.
Witness in court, and Smith agreed. Are Carol Leonnig and Aaron Davis?
You're guilty, Smith. And Smith agreed. Guilty. Yo, they believe everyone is fucking idiot, just narrow-minded as hell. This is crazy.
Davis, who wrote this, are they lying?
Damn, he's going deep in his cap. He's like, were the other people lying about it?
My recollection is that I certainly had not made any final determinations about who we were going to call.
And that's the point.
All right, let's speed it up. And that's the point. Like, what the fuck? I'm sorry, Jim Jordan. Fuck you. Like, just fuck off. Just like one of the Danish politicians said that to Trump. Fuck off, Trump. I think it was the EU prime minister. Yes, this is a fuck you, fuck off Trump moment, or fuck off Jim Jordan moment, actually, because this shit is ridiculous. Let's see who else is on here. I think it went into recess a little bit, so we're gonna watch that, and then we're gonna catch up on the other side of this. Let's see. 2 seconds. Let me get the speed back to normal. Yeah, fuck all that cap shit.
You've been watching our live coverage of former special counsel Jack Smith testifying on his investigations and prosecutions of President Trump before the House Judiciary Committee. The panel is now taking a break as members are heading to the floor to cast their votes. When the hearing restarts, be sure to follow our live coverage right here on C-SPAN 2.
Okay, here we go. So it's coming up. I just need to forward it a little bit. Damn, that was deep. Oh, hold on. Something happened. Let me just make sure it didn't happen. Right. Okay. When they come back from recess, that's when the encounter happens with the Capitol police officer and the dumbass Trump supporter who's out here capping, threatening to rape his daughter and all kinds of shit. It's crazy, man. This is a hot mess. Everybody around Europe needs to watch this. Canada too, big up, and everyone else that's concerned. You know what I mean? Help us, please help us. But this is what's going on in the Capitol, right?
Threw everything into his big lie, which some people, even in this room to this day, will stand by and swear by. Well, when the big lie wasn't enough to convince officials like Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, to commit election fraud and just fine Trump 11,780 votes, when it wasn't enough to convince Trump's DOJ to, quote, just call the election corrupt and leave the rest to me and the House Republicans, when it wasn't enough to force Vice President Mike Pence to announce and then exercise lawless powers to reject Electoral College votes and use counterfeit slates to anoint Trump the winner, that's when Trump incited mass violence on January 6th. While more than 140 officers were being brutally assaulted by Trump's mob, while rioters beat them with flagpoles and sprayed them with chemical agents and crushed them in doorways, and while they chanted, "Hang Mike Pence,"
I hear you, Norm,
and chased the vice president out of the Capitol, Trump and his team.
This whole thing is a fucking moment. You know, it is watching this hot mess. It, especially the Republican side of it, is it's a mind fuck. You know what I mean? Like this, it's only made for retarded. No. I'm sorry. It's only made for people that want to go insane in their brain, you know, insane in the membrane, you know, like Cypress Hill said. It's only made for people that want to lose their motherfucking mind, what is going on the Republican side here. And I'm not saying it to be partisan or say that there's not, you know, this is an American issue. It's not a Republican or Democrat problem. It's not an independent problem. It's not a political party problem. But I'm just saying, you know, rationally here, if you want to talk about what side is rational, since there's no independents in Congress elected right now, I don't think it's the Democrats that seem to be rational, you know, so far. But this shit is insane. Like the opposition to the Democrats doesn't give you an option for life. It's really a suicide cult, you know.
Worked the phones, calling not the National Guard, which was under the direct unilateral control of Donald Trump, but calling members of Congress, urging them to delay certification.
Do me a favor, y'all. Click the like button. Those of you that came into the stream and haven't clicked it. If you're on your TV, pick up your remote if you don't mind and click the like button too. It helps more people come into the stream. I'm actually an American citizen that lives overseas. I live in Copenhagen, Denmark, but I'm born in Washington, D.C., however, in the U.S., and my family goes back on both sides of on both sides of my family to the colonial period of the country. So, you know, I'm actually doing this because I see my country is having some serious problems. I even anticipated this shit with these elections, and Kamala Harris said that these kind of things are going to happen if this guy's not, kept out of power. And indeed, we're looking at a total different America already in less than 1 year. We need help. We're in trouble. So that's why I'm doing my podcast. So I appreciate all the support from all the listeners and the viewers. And I appreciate that.
And to nullify the election results. Special Counsel Smith, you pursued the facts. You followed every applicable law, ethics rule, and DOJ regulation. Your decisions were reviewed by the Public Integrity Section. You acted based solely on the facts, the opposite of Donald Trump, who now has purported to take over the Department of Justice. He's in charge of the whole thing under his unitary executive theory, and he acts openly, purely based on political vendetta. Yep. And motives of personal revenge, and he doesn't deny it. Our colleagues have complained about the special counsel's review of toll records, which are phone records like a phone bill, showing only the timing and duration of calls and containing no content, no substance whatsoever from the calls. But those records were lawfully subpoenaed because Donald Trump made those members of Congress relevant to the investigation. It was Trump who chose to call them to advance his criminal scheme. As you tell
Trump called people and asked for votes to be, this dude implicates everybody in his crime. And then he goes to Twitter. I just asked the governor, blah, 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 to find me some votes. And he's acting like no one's supposed to investigate these people. What the fuck?
Testified, Mr. Smith, if Donald Trump had chosen to call a number of Democratic senators, we would have gotten toll records for them too. I trust our colleagues get the point because America certainly gets the point. There is much Mr. Smith still can't talk about, though we know he badly wants to. His investigation developed what he calls powerful evidence that Trump stole documents containing our country's most sensitive secrets, hoarded them in the ballrooms and the bathrooms of his well-trafficked Mar-a-Lago social club. He showed them off to visitors. And then he obstructed a federal investigation by instructing his attorney to pluck out anything really bad before turning materials over to the FBI.
Isn't that some
and
shit?
having his staff delete incriminating security tape footage.
And they still have not released these damn files. That lets you know there's a crime afoot. There is something bad happening. I mean, they went about passing a law, have the president sign a law, and they literally are not doing anything about the law. They're not proceeding with it. They're acting as if the law doesn't exist, as if the law doesn't matter. This is also happening with ICE. They're acting as if the law doesn't fucking matter. They're roaming around the country. Like, this is a real moment. This is a real moment. And I think there are some people that might laugh and see these congressional hearings as, it doesn't matter what's happening here. Things are going to be all right. No, that's wrong. Things are not going to be all right if people do not deal with what is transpiring in these halls, in these rooms, in these international meetings and inside of the United States, inside of the parliament, inside of the Senate, inside of the Supreme Court. If people are not following this shit daily, like, listen, your life is in harm's way. Like, you have to follow what is happening and demand justice within these halls. If people do not demand justice within these halls, you are going to pay the price in your life. It's going to come, touch, and affect your life, your kids' life, your parents' life, your neighborhood's life, every single person's life. Like, stop acting like this is not a big moment. I'm not talking to the people that get it, but the people, I'm just saying, there's some young people out there. There's some people that we see a lot of them that their mind is in somewhere else thinking that. And then there's a lot of disinformation. There's a lot of things out there to distract them. You know what I'm saying? This is not time to be invested in any fucking thing else. All those luxuries, drop the luxuries. Pay attention to this, because this is going to have some serious consequence. A consequence meaning you ain't going to like the result. Meaning you thought shit was bad before. Shit is about to get real bad. Pay attention. Pay attention right now, especially young people. Pay attention.
But today we're not going to hear a lot about that, because you are gagged by an absurd judicial order rendered faithfully by Trump's most servile and sycophantic appointee to the federal bench, Judge Eileen Cannon. This order not only blocks release of Volume 2 of your report, which is unprecedented, about the classified document scam, it also gags you from discussing the report or its contents with us, with America. And so we don't know what's in it, but it must be pretty devastating, because Donald Trump is desperate to keep Mr. Smith or any other DOJ official for all time from ever releasing it to Congress and to the American people. Now, Mr. Smith, if any of our colleagues foolishly choose to attack you and...
let me see. FloJo, I see you. 1013. 310. I'm sorry. FloJo 310. All people that have lawsuits against ICE, if they win, it should come from Donald Trump's own pocket, not the taxpayer money. Absolutely. Like, this is treasonous. And they have the money. They've collected the money. They've admitted publicly to collecting money, to making money. Like, all that shit needs to be revoked. Everybody, his kids, the money they made off of grifting the government. Elon Musk needs to pay those motherfucking bills and get the hell out of Peter Thiel. All these people need to be voted. They need to be removed from any connection to the United States government whatsoever. I mean, these people, can you believe they want to put, and they're going to do it if not stopped, put Grok inside of the security apparatus of the United States of America? Like, are you out of your mind? Like, listen, you all, I mean, everyone knows what that means. Everyone knows what that means. That means now you're giving the keys to the military, to the everything, to Elon Musk. If that's what you think is going to bring peace to the United States of America, I'm going to tell you, that's going to bring war to it. Like, this is not a joke. This is fucked up what they're doing, and it's going to end badly. It's going to end badly.
You today And I know that's not going to happen from some serious prosecutors over there, like Mr. Knott and Mr. Schmidt, who understand what federal prosecutors do and what the rule of law means. But if anybody decides to attack you personally, they will only be revealing their own ignorance of what prosecutors do and their own indifference to what the rule of law requires in America. They will only be stroking the wounded ego of a lawless, twice impeached, convicted felon president who not only unleashed a mob against Congress and his own vice president, but is now pardoned and released into our communities hundreds of extremists, insurrectionists, and cop-beating felons who have proceeded to commit dozens more crimes against the American people since they were pardoned. Mr. Smith, I understand you are a long-distance marathon runner. I read that you're a triathlete who's done more than 100 triathlons and 9 Ironman competitions. You are in the fight for justice and the rule of law for the long distance, for the long haul, and I thank you for that. And we should all try to follow your example. America looks forward to your testimony today. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back without objection. All of their opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. Mr. Jack Smith was appointed as special counsel. We welcome our witness today. We'll begin by swearing you in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best?
Yeah, we know.
I love my country.
Okay, we've seen this part. Hold on.
I am not
now,
a politician.
I don't know how it got, but maybe C-SPAN played it funny because it's a playback. So let me see here. Let me go to some of the questions here. Let's see here. Other questions.
Bond.
Yeah, and then we're going to get out of here. I appreciate everybody for showing up. Click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. Subscribe if you've never been to my channel before so you can get the updates when I go live, because I often do some impromptus that are not on schedule. My typical time that I come on is about 9:30, 9:15, 09:15 Central European time. That makes it 3:15 Eastern Standard Time in the U.S. Or if you on the other side, that would make it like 1, something like that, 15, right? And you get it across the Americas, right? In Asia or in the Middle East, East Africa, that's an hour ahead of where I'm at. So that would make it 4, right? No, 10, 15 a.m., right? Central European time, and then on and on. That would be the evening in Asia, in Australia. But let's dig in and just hear a few more rounds of questioning from different congressional members, and then I'm going to be out of here. Let's see here. Let's go.
Unfortunately,
okay, this is Ralph Nader, right? Isn't this Nader right here? Who is it? Let me see.
over the past few years, Republicans have waged.
CNN, Cassidy, much.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, over the past few years, Republicans have waged constant attacks on you. Donald Trump has said you are totally compromised, a political hitman, a left-wing radical, a criminal, a fully weaponized monster, and that you should be considered mentally deranged and thrown out of the country. Just this week, he called you a sick bastard. Unfortunately, the rules of decorum prevent me from saying what I think of Donald Trump. But he is not the only one to launch attacks against you. Chairman Jordan has accused you of abusive surveillance and accused you and your team of partisan and politically motivated prosecutions. Despite the mountain of evidence that you laid out in the special counsel's report and in your court filings, President Trump's supporters are convinced that the only reason your team tried to hold him accountable is because you have a vendetta against him. I want to address these allegations today. You have had a long and distinguished career with the Justice Department, including serving as the chief of DOJ's Public Integrity Section for 5 years. While leading the Public Integrity Section, you led investigations and prosecution of public figures and political leaders from both parties, Republicans and Democrats. Can you give us a couple of examples?
Sorry about that. During my time as the chief of public integrity, I investigated cases involving
good looking out, Flojo. I appreciate that.
The standard in all of those
I see
cases
you, Dave.
was the same. Follow the facts and the law. Didn't matter what party you in. It mattered the facts of the case. In doing that, there were cases I brought against Democrats and cases I brought against Republicans. There were also cases that I investigated and did not bring against Democrats and Republicans. Party affiliation played no role in my investigations. I can think of multiple cases of prominent members of Congress that we investigated who were Republicans who, upon reviewing the law and the facts, I decided not to go forward in those cases. And the same could be said with people on the Democratic side. I've always tried to follow the facts and the law in my career.
When it comes to deciding whether to pursue a criminal prosecution of an individual, what factors do you consider?
The primary factors are the facts and the law. As a federal prosecutor, in making a prosecutorial decision, you're guided by the federal principles of prosecution, which guide one not only to look at the facts and the law, but the federal interests. And that is exactly what we did in this case, as set forth in my final report.
Does partisan politics play a role in your decision whether or not to prosecute someone?
None.
To be clear, did partisan politics play a role in your decision to charge Donald Trump?
It did not.
What does it do to the justice system if political leaders place pressure on prosecutors to file charges against their political enemies? What are the implications if prosecution decisions are based on politics, not the law?
I think it weakens the rule of law in our country because it weakens the mechanism for us to prosecute, among other things, corruption.
Somebody wrote it wasn't an insurrection. Sorry, it was.
When there is political prosecutions targeting people because they're enemies of the president, the department loses credibility and it can't do its job in all sorts of cases.
According to your deposition before this committee, it sounds like your problem was not determining if you had enough evidence to charge Donald Trump, but rather that you might have had too much evidence and struggled to determine how to present a clear narrative to a jury. How would you characterize the...
Let's put that on an international scale. Just on the international dealings with Trump, do you have enough evidence to know what he's up to? Do you get enough evidence yet on just on the international shit? Let's forget the treason inside of the country. What about everybody outside? What does the evidence say? It's an abundance of evidence.
The evidence against Mr. Trump about inciting an insurrection against the laws of this country. Did you have too much?
Well,
yeah, it's not just an insurrection definitely happened, but also a silent coup is in the works right now. That's what people are witnessing.
With respect to presenting...
That's my opinion.
The case that we charged, one of the central challenges was trying to present that in a concise way because we did have so many witnesses. Some of the most powerful witnesses were witnesses who, in fact, were fellow Republicans who had voted for Donald Trump, who had campaigned for him. And
Republicans who had campaigned for Trump were some of his top witnesses. I mean, yeah.
Was trying.
So how is it bipartisan?
Well, with respect to presenting the case that we charged, one of the central challenges was trying to present that in a concise way because we did have so many witnesses. Some of the most
abundance of witnesses.
Powerful witnesses were witnesses who, in fact, were fellow Republicans who had voted for Donald Trump.
Some of the most powerful witnesses were who? Who were they?
Because we did have so many witnesses. Some of the most powerful witnesses were witnesses who, in fact, were fellow Republicans who had voted for Donald Trump, who had campaigned for him, and
who've campaigned. Have you campaigned for Trump? Anybody out there? If you campaigned for Trump, are you listening up? Were you one of the witnesses?
wanted him to win the election. These included state officials, people who worked on his campaign, and advisors. I will say, however,
people that worked on his campaign were witnesses. People, state officials too, who he talked to. I mean, yeah, the man picked up the phone and was like, "I need some votes. God damn it, get me some votes. Can you get it for me down there in Louisiana? Can you get me some votes? Is that legal?" He said it over the phone. That was a main witness of Republican.
With respect to the charge of insurrection, we did not charge that. As I set forth in my report, well, I believe that there is, courts have found that that was an insurrection, and that
the courts have found that that was an insurrection.
There's a reasonable interpretation. A reasonable prosecutor could interpret the evidence to support that charge. I chose not to do that Looking at the facts in the law, I thought the charges we brought were appropriate, given the evidence that we had.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your
But it doesn't mean it wasn't an insurrection.
decades-long public service and for working tirelessly to uphold the rule of law. Those who attack and smear you and your team in order to protect Donald Trump should be ashamed of themselves. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back to
Look at that. Just stop talking. Stop talking.
From California is recognized.
Mr. Smith, do you see criminals to my left?
Yes, I do.
You don't see any. Do you see people who are committing crimes because they continue to believe things that just aren't true?
What the hell? Okay, I don't get it. I don't get where he's going with this questioning. You know, he's like, "Do you see criminals to my right?" I think he's pointing. Is he pointing at Dems when he says that?
Paraphrasing Ronald Reagan, that liberals aren't stupid. They just know things that don't happen to be true.
Liberals aren't stupid. They just know things that don't happen to be true. Okay, so obviously this is someone who is supporting Trump's presidency here and his actions in the United States of America, which are utilizing the American taxpayer dollars to do all types of crazy shit. Like, this guy's capping for an alleged pedophile and adjudicated rapist. He's capping for Trump, it sounds like.
If the president believed that he was cheated in an election, that there was fraud or in some other way.
The gaslighting is going on. It's like, if the president believed it, but what if the Democrats believed it? What if Democrats and liberals said, hey, somebody's cheating in the election. Elon Musk is out there buying votes. Elon Musk is getting, what if they said that? What if they said that? Would it be true?
A number of items led to his defeat when, in fact, he should have won according to the Constitution. Does that make him a criminal?
What? Oh, this is a hypothetical. This is a whole hypothetical he's throwing out there. It's not what happened, but he's going to throw a hypothetical scenario out there to Jack Smith and ask him to answer it. Listen to this shit.
That's paraphrasing Ronald Reagan, that liberals aren't stupid. They just know things that don't happen to be true. If the president believed that he was cheated in an election, that there was fraud or in some other way a number of items led to his defeat when, in fact, he should have won according to the Constitution.
He admitted he lost. Trump already admitted that he lost. You see, it's like they're having a conflict. They keep going back to what he said in public versus what he said in private, which is, which they have witnesses. This January 6th, witnesses that testified for Jack Smith, and before the Congress, they have said themselves that Trump said he lost. Trump, I even believe it's even written. Hold on, let me see.
Does that make him a criminal?
Let me pause that right there. Let's go to it. Let me see here. Did Trump admit it? All right, let's see here. I just want to make sure. Okay, it says, let me see. Okay, according to extensive testimony, right? That's what exactly what I said. From his closest aides and legal investigations, he privately acknowledged his defeat several times before January 6th. Okay, that's reported by The Guardian. Private admissions. This is private admissions. Trump admitting this before. That's counted. January 6th committee and the special counsel 2025 report highlighted several instances where Trump appeared to concede the loss in private conversations with his own staff, who were witnesses to Jack Smith's investigation. The embarrassment quote, according to testimony from former aide Cassidy Hutchinson, a Trump ally and staunch fighter for Trump, admitted Trump told his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, in mid-December 2020, "I don't want people to know we lost, Mark. This is embarrassing. Figure it out." That's a quote, right? So Cassidy Hutchins, right, according to testimony from the former aide, the Trump aide, this is what she said. Okay. Now, lost by a whisker remark. This is another Trump quote. In late 2024 and early 2025, details emerged from various interviews where Trump allegedly used the phrase "lost by a whisker." During the September 2024 presidential debate, he claimed this was sarcastic. So he rolled it back, right? But it doesn't mean he didn't say it. So, and it doesn't mean it's not an admission, right? So, admissions to aides. Former communications director Alyssa Farah Griffin testified about a week after the elections. Trump was looking at Joe Biden on the news and said, "Can you believe I lost to this guy?" Another admission to losing. Okay, so right. Okay, so now let's go back to this guy's comments.
I needed to just know things that don't happen to be true. Things.
Shit, hold on. Sorry about that. 2 seconds. Boom. Yeah, so he's actually pushing this other line that Trump believed that the election was stolen, when that's been covered several times. I even believe it was covered earlier in the questioning, the fact that Trump admitted it. And I think Jack Smith said that he made mention of that himself, that he had mentioned it to his aides, you know, according to the testimony.
True.
So here we go.
That's paraphrasing Ronald Reagan, that liberals aren't stupid. They just know things that don't happen to be true. His defeat, when in fact he should have won items that there was true. If the president believed that he was cheated in an election, that there was fraud, or in some other way a number of items led to his defeat, when in fact he should have won according to the Constitution, does that make him a criminal?
You see, so according to the evidence, this is a hypothetical. Aides have already come out and said Trump admitted it, and he's done it more than once. And they said he's done it on TV too. He admitted to losing by a whisker, you know. So let's hear it.
Sir,
No, that's a yes or no. Please, Mr. Smith. These people here.
Mr. Smith already answered the question several times. It's public information. You know, it's crazy here.
Are continuing to grapple constantly with things that aren't true, like socialism works.
Where do you hear this? Where did that come from? You hear that? That has nothing to do with the conversation afoot. He just now you hear what he just said? This is the weirdest shit.
Or no, please, Mr. Smith. These people here are continuing to grapple constantly with things that aren't true, like socialism works.
Why did he say that? You know, you see what I mean? Yeah. And so there they are. This is that thing with that. He's got to say that because they want to steal the taxes that you pay. They wanted to steal that and give it to the billionaires because and their thing is that if you actually believe tax dollars should be used to make sure every American has health care and every American has access to education, if you believe that that's a fair deal, then you're a socialist.
Or that somehow everything the Republicans do is evil and everything they do is right. They've never reached a conclusion.
This is some goddamn oversimplification. It's crazy.
In a typical partisan case in which.
Look, he's a partisan him damn self. And he's being partisan as fuck right now.
Or that somehow everything the Republicans do is evil and everything they do is right. They've never reached a conclusion in a typical partisan case in which we're not evil because we think something different and we're not wrong.
What is he asking this man about? This has nothing to do with January 6th. The question is like, this is some bullshit. This is, again, the world, if you're listening, this is what's going on. While Trump is out terrorizing people in public and terrorizing American citizens, this is what Republicans in Congress have to talk about. They got all day. You're paying for their Americans pay for their dental visits, his dental fees, his spouse's dental fees, his children's dental fees, his children's college education, his children's health care. Everybody is paying for that shit. And yet this is what he has to talk about when he got Jack Smith in front of him.
Evil and everything they do is right. They've never reached a conclusion in a typical partisan case in which we're not evil because we think something different and we're not wrong.
Wow. Wow.
You understand the Constitution.
That's deep. That's really deep.
Do you understand the Bill of Rights, that someone has the absolute right to believe something, whether it's true or not?
What the fuck is this man talking about? He's like, do you understand, Jack Smith, that this man has the right to believe whatever he wants to believe, whether it's true or not? This is literally what he said.
Is right. They've never reached a conclusion in a typical partisan case in which we're not evil because we think something different and we're not wrong. You understand the Constitution. Do you understand the Bill of Rights, that someone has the absolute right to believe something, whether it's true or not, and to advocate for something, whether it's true or not? Do you understand that in addition to... Is
he saying that the Bill of Rights means you can lie no matter what? What the fuck? You got a real twisted... I'm sorry. Lying is a goddamn crime in some circumstances. Do you understand that too? It can also make you part of a conspiracy. Your words, not just free. You're not just free to say it. It can land your ass in jail. Your lie, your own testimony. This shit is crazy, man. This shit is crazy.
Or that somehow everything the Republicans do is evil and everything they do is right. They've never reached a conclusion in a typical partisan case in which we're not evil because we think something different and we're not wrong. You understand the Constitution. Do you understand the Bill of Rights, that someone has the absolute right to believe something, whether it's true or not, and to advocate for something, whether it's true or not? Do you understand that in addition to your oath to the Constitution...
Listen, he's explaining to you Trump's speech to the world at Davos and shit. All that shit Trump said could be summed up in what his statement is. Don't you understand? Trump can say anything, whether he believes it or not. Don't you understand that the Bill of Rights giving him the right to do that?
Constitution, that's one of the things the First Amendment allows for, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you know...
He didn't even get to tell him, yeah, but it could also get you lined up in a conspiracy. You know, yeah, it is free to say. That's what they tell you when they arrest your ass and shit. You have the right to remain silent, but if you should give up that right... He didn't read the rest of the Bill of Rights to this motherfucker.
That people have a right to opine, lobby for, assert, do everything they can legally to ask for people to make different decisions, then why is it you saw criminal conduct on behalf of a president who believed he didn't win? Chairman Jordan and myself have something in common along with a number of others here. We saw wrongdoing.
All right, I'm going to stop the cap with this motherfucker right here. Excuse my language, y'all. I'm really... I have to watch myself. There's no need to curse. I'm fucking up. I'm messing up the stream. But listen, we're gonna hear a few more positive things. Maybe a capper here. But after this, I'm out. I appreciate everybody for coming through. Hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't hit the subscribe button. Okay, let's hear some more here. Appreciate everybody
here today. Earlier the chairman spent a lot of time talking about Cassidy Hutchinson, who we know was just one of many witnesses. It's important to note that there was testimony that she was told something by Mr. Ornato, not that she had personal knowledge. And of course, Mr. Ornato was of very questionable veracity. We had a testimony from a Metropolitan Police Department official about an argument, a big argument that the president was having about going to the Capitol. And in fact, the vehicle was delayed going back to the Capitol while that argument occurred. But having said that, I want to focus on something my colleagues across the aisle seem to want to ignore. The fact that your investigation into President Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election was built on testimony from members of the Republican Party. In fact, last week, the New York Times published grand jury transcripts from Georgia that show the same pattern in Trump's Georgia criminal case. Georgia's Republican Attorney General Chris Carr testified that he told, quote, and this is a quote, "We're just not seeing the things that you are seeing." And the late Georgia House Speaker David Ralston, also a Republican, testified that Trump's fake elector scheme was, quote, "the craziest thing I've heard." And then there's Senator Lindsey Graham, one of the president's closest allies. In his secret grand jury testimony, Senator Graham told the jurors, quote, "I have told him more times than we can count that he fell short," unquote. And then he said this, quote, "If you told him Martians came and stole votes, he'd be inclined to believe it." Martians, that's from Senator Graham speaking under oath. So here's my question. Mr. Smith, in your deposition with this committee, you testified, and here's a quote, "Our case was built on, frankly, Republicans who put their allegiance to the country before the party." That the president's closest allies are telling him that his claims of election fraud are wrong. And so I'm just wondering, can you explain what you meant in your deposition that it was Republicans who were putting their allegiance to their country ahead of their party?
Yes. There were witnesses who I felt would be very strong witnesses, including, for example, the Secretary of State in Georgia, who told Donald Trump the truth, told him things that he did not want to hear, and put him on notice that what he was saying was false. These were people who knew how the elections were conducted in these states, and I believe that witnesses of that nature, witnesses who are willing to tell the truth, even if it's going to impose a cost on them.
His own people tried to warn him of what was true and what is not true, and he acknowledged it in private, what was true and what was not true. And in the public, he kept the lie up, basically. And these are Republicans that confirmed it, because these are the main, most powerful witnesses Jack Smith had. It's actually Republicans, people that worked on Trump's campaign, people that worked in Trump's White House.
Told Donald Trump the truth, told him
putting their allegiance to. So I'm just wondering, can you explain what you meant in your deposition that it was Republicans who were putting their allegiance to their country ahead of their party?
That's something we all need to do. Let's put our allegiance ahead of our party. Let's put it, our allegiance to our country ahead of our party. Like, that's what needs to prevail right now.
Yes. There were witnesses who I felt would be very strong witnesses, including, for example, the
but still vote blue.
Secretary of State in Georgia, who told Donald Trump the truth, told him things that he did not want to hear, and put him on notice that what he was saying was false. These were people who knew how the elections were conducted in these states, and I believe that witnesses of that nature, witnesses who are willing to tell the truth, even if it's going to impose a cost on them in their lives, my experience as a prosecutor over 30 years is that witnesses like that are very credible, and that jurors tend to believe witnesses like that because they pay a cost for telling the truth.
In terms of the grand jury testimony that's now been released, the fact that Donald Trump, according to Senator Graham, would believe that Martians stole the election, what does that tell you about Trump's state of mind?
That statement is consistent with what we found in our investigation, in that our investigation revealed that Donald Trump was not looking for honest answers about whether there was fraud in the election. He was looking for ways to stay in power. And when people told him things that conflicted with him staying in power, he rejected them, or he chose not even to contact people like that who would know if the election was done properly in the state. On the other hand, when individuals would say things that would allow him to stay in power, no matter how fantastical, he would latch on to those. That pattern, over time, we felt was powerful evidence that he, in fact, knew that the fraud claims he was making were false.
You know, who are some of the Republican witnesses who told you that who told President Trump that his claims of election fraud were false? Can you share that with us?
There were a range of witnesses. They ranged from people on his campaign team who had wanted him to win, were employed to help him win the election.
I år fjerner regeringen afgiften på
2 seconds, y'all. Sorry about that.
They included state officials, state Republican officials who wanted him to win, voted for him, campaigned for him, asked him and his co-conspirators to provide evidence to support their claims, and invariably they never did. It included officials, advisors, people he worked with in the White House who he relied upon for important decisions and who he trusted in other contexts. We felt we had strong evidence from a variety of sources.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
Mr. Chairman, with my fellow Californian who were allowing the witness
Yeah, it's a good question. Isn't that grounds to let him answer?
I've given him 30 seconds extra, the gentlelady 30 seconds extra. If the gentleman can be concise and finish up here quickly, we will allow him to finish.
Yes, sir. And just conclude saying we felt that constituted powerful evidence of the knowing falsity of his statements in furtherance of the fraud.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to yield back, noting the presence of officers who were severely attacked.
Got nothing to yield back. You're a minute over. The gentleman from Texas.
Protecting our lives on January 6th.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Smith, in January of 2023, did you subpoena then Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy's toll records?
Here we go again. Sorry, I'm not going to insult anybody's intelligence. If you want to know why I'm not about to play this question, just rewind the tape. Because we spent a whole goddamn 20 minutes, 30 minutes just on this one goddamn thing. I mean, this is what the Republicans started off asking them, and they just won't fucking stop. It's like, it just amazes me. And again, I have to say this. The guy who just asked that question, let's get his face up here because I don't even know who the hell he is, right? Myself, what is this dude's goddamn name? Is it this guy again asking about the goddamn toll records? You know, I mean, again, American citizens pay for his health care. They pay for his spouse's health care. They pay for his dentist, pay for his spouse's dentist, his kids' dentist, his kids' health care, his kids' education, private school, all that shit. And they going back to these goddamn toll records on January 6th. It's like, man, come on now. You know, sorry, man. Fuck him. That guy's a piece of shit. I'm losing my patience. I'm running out of time here. I'm just, they better not ask that damn question again. But there's only one way to know. So sorry, we're going to skip his dumb ass. Definitely. We can hear let's hear Jack Smith's answer.
About obstruction of justice in this investigation, specifically with regards to Donald Trump. Not only did we have the obstruction of justice that we were investigating in the classified documents case, but I was aware during the course of our investigation of targeting of witnesses during the course of the conspiracy itself. There were election workers who had their lives turned upside down and received vile death threats because they were targeted by Donald Trump and his
vile death threats. And I'm assuming that that's part of why Congress has not impeached Trump yet. So military, pay attention. It could be because of death threats that Congress has not impeached Trump yet. Like straight up, it could be coercion of some type, money, death threats, families, death threats, kids, death threat, anything like that. You know, threat of taking their home, threat of taking a family, you know. You don't know what it is, but that's what I would have to bet. Like coercion is why Congress has not impeached Trump yet. You know, that's my view, because this is way too fucking far gone now at this point for any normal thinking, any healthy thinking person, any person with any scruples will understand that there is something terribly wrong with this regime. There is something terribly wrong with the Trump administration. And to not be impeaching him already, what line are they waiting for him to cross that he hasn't crossed? What else has to happen? You know, does it have to be total destruction before they impeach this motherfucker? Like,
Co-conspirators. I had a duty to protect witnesses in this investigation. That risk, that threat to witnesses was only confirmed when we went forward in this case and Donald Trump suggested that one witness should be put to death, and then also issued a statement to the effect of, if you come after me, I'm coming after you. In my mind, I can't think of a more direct threat to witnesses and individuals involved in that proceeding. Given that sort of threats, it was, in my view, completely appropriate to protect the integrity of the investigation, to protect against destruction of evidence, and to protect the witnesses in our case.
And just to make clear, you did not see any of the discussion. There was not any, it was just the content that they made a call to the president and vice versa, but nothing about any content whatsoever.
That's correct. A toll record subpoena gives you who a call is from, who it is to, and the length of that call. It does not tell you the content of what people are speaking about.
okay, so that's a Democrat following up on that question again about the toll. I mean, I'm glad they cleared that up, because the way they keep going down this narrative, it's like a lot of people see it as proof of guilt to something. It's like, no, the man just doing his job. Why do you keep asking the same question again?
You felt that you had a case that was one that you would win beyond a reasonable doubt, no moral certainty. Is there anything in your facts that you had that you would have used at trial that you believe has not been presented to the public in the past or have been misrepresented to the public?
Yeah. Oh my God. Whew. Let's see here. All right, let's see if we can wrap this up in 10 minutes. Hopefully, it's not 20 minutes.
Is there anything
essential facts that you had that you felt would have resulted in a conviction of the president on the charges that he was indicted upon?
I think my report, the report of our case, the final report, summarizes the evidence, I think, in a way that is gives a fair reading of the strength of the case.
And you have
it's death threats. It's death threats. You know, that's crazy. You know, that is crazy. And yeah, it is worse than just stealing. I mean, if there could be anything worse than stealing top secret information in the thousands of pages and all of this shit, then death threats. I'm presuming death threats are a regular part of what comes along with Trump's campaign and his administration. That's what I'm guessing. Like, so sad to say that, but I don't have zero faith that they're not total utter criminals. You know,
have been successful before jury.
It's just basically mafia in the White House now, and yeah, so people should be careful. And even myself, like, I'm not particularly worried because I live in Denmark, so I live in, you know, and you know, but at the same time, I think it doesn't mean I understand if people in the U.S. and other people would be worried. And I understand even podcasters being worried. I understand that because this is a bad situation, you know. Yeah. But then again, I'm doing this shit anyway. You know what I'm saying? But who knows how you would react in a situation if it never happens to you. I haven't gotten death threats, so you know, I haven't thought about how that feels yet. But I tell you what, you ain't going to just make no easy death threat, and you're not going to be on the phone or, we're going to kill you, nigga, and think that's going to stop me. You know, nah, it ain't going to work. You do whatever the fuck you want. I'm going to go to the police. Send me a letter in the mail. I'm going right to the motherfucking PET of Denmark and giving it to their ass personally. Here you go. Just got a death threat. Can you find out what this is about?
My review of the case, I came to the conclusion we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We were ready, willing, and able to go to trial in the case. Of course, as I said in my opening statement, prosecutors can't control outcomes, but I felt confident in pursuing the case to trial.
Did Merrick Garland ever pressure you to bring an indictment or to do anything in your investigation?
No.
Did anybody else in the administration, President Biden, Vice President Harris, et cetera?
I was given the independence to conduct my investigation, and I came to the decision to bring charges in this case without undue influence from anybody in the department.
And you dropped the case. Why did you drop the case?
The cases against Donald Trump were dismissed pursuant to department policy.
The Department of Policy, the Office of Legal Counsel said if somebody's president, you can't bring a charge against them or they can't be held liable. Is that correct?
That's correct. There had not been a case of this nature ever where someone was elected president with charges pending, and so that was slightly different.
So the Supreme Court saved Trump, make sure he couldn't be prosecuted of his crimes.
So we
They
consult.
gave him an off-ramp, a blanket, a easy coverage, Supreme Court paid for, again, American citizens pay for the Supreme Court salaries. They pay for their dental fees. They pay for their kids' dental fees. They pay for their health care. They pay for their kids' health care, their private school. They pay for their luxury lifestyles that they live. They pay for all of that shit that the average American doesn't get, but you have to pay into it anyway.
Consulted with with the Office of Legal Counsel, and they determined pursuant to policy that the cases needed to be dismissed.
And you weren't pleased with that, but you had to follow the law, and that's what you did.
We followed policy throughout my investigation. My job was not to set policy. My job was to follow it, and that's what we did.
I want to thank you for your service. I think you're a great American, and you came out of this as being somebody who people can respect and look up to in a fashion that we should be instilling people's desire to go into justice, to go into law, and to go into government. And you're an example of the type of person they should follow. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields it back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Smith, there's something that's really bothering me since your deposition. It's how and why you got the position of special counsel and your personal relationship with Marshall Miller. Let's go back to 1999 when you were working for the United States Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York. Is that when you first met Marshall Miller?
Yes.
So after ED New York, did the two of you ever work?
This guy just saw Trump come back from Europe with his tail between his legs, and this dude's like, something bothers me about you, Jack Smith. That's what's on my mind today. Jack Smith, something that bothers me. Something I can't just fucking figure out. Why would he bring charges against? That just doesn't make any goddamn sense. And this is on the heels of Trump making an ass out of himself in Europe. All these people know it. This dude has done all kinds of crazy shit, and he's worried about Jack Smith. Like, this is total, utter bullshit.
Together again prior to becoming special counsel?
All right, I'm going to skip his dumbass questions. Nah, never mind. I can't do that. I'm sorry, y'all. Because Jack Smith may answer these questions in a way that is also useful. So I have to let it play. I'm sorry. I want to be biased, and I want us to get by it because, these people are tiresome. They wear you out with the same dumbass questions over and over.
This was some time ago.
But in
my
any
recollection
case,
is
You meet with the AG.
Here we go.
That I expressed an interest if the right position came up, I would be interested in.
But at that point, there's no discussion about special counsel. Is that correct?
This is how we're going to deal with it. Just run it, let it play fast.
This is some time ago, and so I don't have a specific recollection of all these conversations.
So you were first approached about special counsel and that role before the 22 midterm elections. And according to the deposition transcript in October of 2022, you fly to D.C., meet with the AG and the Deputy Attorney General. Is that correct?
Yes, I flew to D.C., I believe it was in October, and I met the Deputy Attorney General, and also I met the Attorney General.
So in multiple conversations with your friend Marshall Miller, he never once tipped you off that the Attorney General or Deputy Attorney General have you on the short list for special counsel? That never came up?
Again, this was some time ago, but my recollection is I came to Washington and I met with those individuals as well as the Human Rights Section. Marshall Miller is the person who set that up.
So he was at the meetings. Was he at the meetings? So just to tie all this together, you've known Mr. Miller since you were both AUSA in New York. You stayed in touch over a 20-year career in federal government. He gets a job with the Biden administration, and just a few short months later, you're offered the role of special counsel. I'm having a hard time believing that this is some big coincidence and that there wasn't a back and forth on the special counsel.
Oh, wow. This is so funny. So now I have to skip this. I have a hard time just saying this is a coincidence. No, it's also just process. It's how the shit happens. He's like, is this a coincidence or what? I mean, this is just too much, man. They really like to bullshit Americans, I don't get it. This is embarrassing. This is just too much. Here, let me see.
Lawyer.
What else is there?
Should be with
recognized.
And while we are deposing Marshall Miller, maybe we can depose Donald Trump about why he chose his personal lawyer to be the head of the DOJ. On January 6, 2026, the 5th anniversary of the insurrection, the White House launched a taxpayer-funded website that attempts to rewrite history about what happened on that day of infamy. On January 6, 2021, there was an insurrection at the United States Capitol that resulted in a police officer dying the next day, another 4 officers dying by suicide in the months thereafter, with at least 140 police officers being injured by the insurrectionists, with 15 of them requiring hospitalization. And I'm proud that we have 4 former officers as well as on-duty Capitol Hill police officers here today. Mr. Smith, I want to ask you about this website because the Trump administration is using taxpayer dollars to lie to the American people about the events leading up to and the events taking place on January 6, 2021. For example, this Trump propaganda site claims that the 2020 election was, quote, stolen. Mr. Smith, did your investigation uncover evidence sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump knew that his claim that the election was stolen was false?
Yes, it did.
And did your investigation uncover evidence sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump publicly claimed that the 2020 election was stolen from him while he privately acknowledged that he had lost the election?
Yes, we cited instances of that during in our case.
But yet here we see that.
Here we go. So not to cut the brother off, but I'm going to have to end it here because it's coming up on 5. It's 5 hours exactly, right? So I want to review this myself throughout the rest of the day, just the rest of this. But and if there's something that I find in it, I'm going to obviously come back to this because there's a lot of questioning here. I'm just afraid that a lot of it is going to center around the same questions. But one thing I want to do here is I want to skip to hear one of the women congressional members, female congressional members, ask some questions. And the reason why I want to do that is because we hear a lot from the men. We hear a lot from the men on this shit. You know what I'm saying? Not to say that they can't be insightful or aren't also interesting. I don't mean it that way, but just, something tells me I might want to review a few of what some of the women had to ask Jack
Mr.
Smith.
Smith,
So,
for joining us. You know, most people are wondering why you are even here today. But it's because we've heard conspiracy after conspiracy that the 2020 election was rigged. And Capitol Police officers were harmed and died because of those conspiracies. And we have important elections coming up. And the people want them to happen, and they want them to be fair. And the one person who should be telling the truth about elections is the president. But Donald Trump has not and is still not telling the truth about the 2020 elections. In fact, there is a January 6th page on the taxpayer-funded White House website that says the election was stolen from Trump, a blatant, disproven lie he knows is totally false. So one of my Republican colleagues earlier brought up Trump's mind state, that he knew he lost, and he knew that what he was saying was untrue, but that you had no proof. So, Mr. Smith, what evidence did you develop to suggest Trump knew he had lost the 2020 election?
We had evidence from a variety of sources, evidence from people who were close to Donald Trump and who he relied on, people who wanted him to win the election, people who were employed by his campaign to help him win the election. Our evidence is that this was a conspiracy and that Donald Trump specifically sought to prey on party loyalty. Our investigation involved interviewing and subpoenaing records of Republicans because that's who Donald Trump sought to prey on to stay in office. And the reality is certain people refused to do that. The vice president refused to go along with that. people in various states' legislatures refused to go along with that.
So the vice president was against Trump. He didn't go along with Trump's plans. That should mean something to a lot of people. He's a Republican. He's the person who ran along with Trump. That would be Mike Pence. So he's a major witness.
And the reality is that if we took this case to trial, a good number of our witnesses would be Republicans. If a Democrat had committed these crimes, had done these things, I would have subpoenaed a number of Democrats. I would have subpoenaed their records.
Exactly. I hope everybody understands that since the crime that was being investigated happened around Republicans, obviously the witnesses that would convict Trump would be Republican. Very simple. Did he have the evidence from those witnesses that were around Trump? Did they offer evidence that, would lead to his conviction or him believing that he would definitely be convicted? Yes.
And I'm gonna.
It's all Republicans that were around Trump. The same people you cap for every single fucking day, you MAGA people, are the same people that snitched on Trump.
Ask you about that. But correct, it's not like he was calling Nancy Pelosi. So why is it legally important to know that Trump knew he was lying?
Trump wasn't on the phone talking to Nancy Pelosi. He wasn't on the phone talking to Hakeem Jeffries. He wasn't on the phone talking to Schumer. He wasn't on the phone talking to Barack Obama. Wasn't on the phone talking to Bill Clinton. Trump wasn't on the phone talking to Kamala Harris. Trump wasn't on the phone talking to a liberal. And nope, he was on the phone talking to Republicans.
When he said the election was stolen.
That was part of our proof at trial, and it was relevant to the charges, specifically to the first charge to defraud the United States. It is
to defraud the United States, and that's exactly what we're seeing is a defrauding of the United States right now. The entire fucking thing. Everybody in the administration, the totality of it, the circle, the money people, it's like
permissible for someone to lie, but when they use speech.
Okay, it's permissible to lie.
First charge to defraud the United States. It is permissible for someone to lie, but when they use speech to commit a crime, to facilitate a crime, that is not protected by the First Amendment. The Supreme Court has been very clear on that, and this very issue was litigated in the case. The defense raised this very issue. And one thing I want to be clear about today, the case that I investigated and the case we had, it was built to be tried in a courtroom, not in the media. Our case was built to withstand the crucible of litigation, and our assessment was that we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt that would do that.
So
there we go.
What I heard you say is that when you lie.
All right, y'all. So I'm going to be back with you all in 24 hours. I appreciate everybody who came through today. Good looking out, Eric. Good looking out, Ed. I appreciate you all. Bits. Who else was here? Rafika. Big up to you also. Who else was in the house? Let me go through the chat here real quick. Dylan, what's up, Dylan? Appreciate you for coming out. Taylor, appreciate you. Who else was up in this house? Tia, can't forget Tia. No question, I appreciate that. Nana, I see. Yeah. Yes, Trump's bank account. Nana, what's up? I appreciate you. Everybody in the chat, I appreciate everybody for coming out. All the listeners. I'm going to catch up with you all 24 hours. It's been a good stream. Thanks for your support. Subscribe. Click the like button. I'm going to be back at y'all real soon, all right? I appreciate you. 24.
Sitting on the earth looking back at extinct. Then I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink. But I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die. You voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
Like the
a lotus coming out of the mud with colors. I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers. Cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way that's subtle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't stare. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers be living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the project center rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my nigga Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gap, ayo niggas gots to go. No show is live with narrate, fuck Memorex. My nigga Rollo's got a gat at Paulo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking lie. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People try to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. Sometimes I think how the world come to this. A place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion. Justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Single mothers struggle to raise families. Genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist. Giving all the power to the industrialists. Giving all our power to the damn commercialists. They see us just as being sheep in this world. They want us to do what we're told, like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality and this day. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. Everybody round the globe, open up your earlobe, your third eye, and then decipher the code. Through knowledge, understanding, then bring love and into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of biased educational methods. Twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate. Understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle we procreate. We can clone humans, but at the same time we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long.